Hello, Mike Compton here.
Stephanie Barrow here.
We're at the Charleston Marketing Podcast live at Dig South.
I know. This is a good time.
We've got Wes Carter in the house. Say hello, Wes.
Good to be here. Thank you guys for having me.
Wes is the president of the Atlantic Packaging Company. What is that?
Yes.
Atlantic Packaging is the nation's largest privately held industrial packaging company. My grandfather started the company in 1946.
Okay.
And today we service the packaging needs of major consumer products companies and retail brands in virtually every industry vertical.
And you're based here in Charleston.
We're actually based in Wilmington, North Carolina.
Okay.
But we have a big operation in Somerville, and I live in Charleston and have lived here for the last 15 years. But we're a national company, well, really a global company today, but we have a national footprint. But yeah, certainly born and raised in the Carolinas.
Family owned.
Family owned.
That is the best.
It is. I think it's arguably our biggest advantage.
Yeah.
Being independent and not being at the mercy of quarterly financial reporting and things like that. Being independent gives us the ability to be long-term thinkers.
Sure. Sure.
And my perspective is it allows us to be a lot more strategic in the ways we make investments and think about our business.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, is this your first time at Dig South?
It is my first time at Dig South.
What'd you think?
Yeah.
So far, so good. I mean, I was the early morning speaker, so I haven't gotten to see much of the conference yet.
Right.
But great crowd, and I've had a lot of really insightful conversations already. So
There's a lot happening right now, as you can tell. A lot
know,
going
right?
on. It's fun.
it's a busy place.
It is
I
a
love
busy
it.
place. So tell us a little bit about what you talked about this morning.
Yeah.
This morning, I talked about our sustainability initiative, a New Earth project, but really how that has evolved over the last 6 or 8 years to a place today where it has become more of a governing architecture for our organization, a value set.
Yep.
But it really started as a sustainability initiative just to try to create some interest and some excitement around sustainable packaging. But over time, we realized that the things that we were promoting within a New Earth project were actually fundamental to how we thought about our greater business. The core principles that we've really articulated through a New Earth project into what we now call our New Earth First Principles are things like health, sustainability, coherence, authenticity, balance. These have become the governing framework for how we consider our business.
I was going to ask you, how are you messaging that to your consumers? Because are you a C Corp business?
We're not. We're an S Corp.
S Corp.
We're an S Corp business. But today the way we're articulating it to our customers is today packaging more and more is a brand attribute.
Yes.
And individual consumers and individual human beings, really all over the world, today are really judging and evaluating the companies they shop with ethically based on, at least in part, how they package their products. And the COVID era really exacerbated that because everyone got so much packaging to their house over that 2-year period, and every regular people started asking the right questions like, what is all this packaging? Do we need all this packaging?
Yeah.
Is it recyclable? What happens if it ends up in the environment?
Right.
And so we're really riding the wave of awareness that COVID created around the plastic pollution crisis. And our perspective is the way to solve these problems is innovation.
No, I love this.
And I talked about that some this morning, that to me, innovation is just another word for evolution.
Right.
And how we innovate as individuals and how we innovate as businesses is really how we evolve as a human species.
No, 100%. Can you give us an example?
So I think it's important, in order to innovate in a direction, you first got to understand the problem.
Right.
And today, the plastic pollution crisis is the problem that we are the most focused on as a packaging company. And so the visibility of that crisis is abundantly obvious today. Not just because it's prolific, but also because of of media. The media, just like we're here today. I mean, the ability to see visual representation of plastic pollution in places as far away as Indonesia and Southeast Asia, really easy today. So we understand the problem, and so now we have a direction to innovate in. And I like to say with sustainable packaging, we're innovating in the direction of life. We're innovating in the direction of health. We're innovating in the direction of nature, and the driving, real spiritual philosophy behind all that is the acknowledgement that we are nature, not something separate from it, and that life is sacred, and we as human beings are not here to dominate nature. That whole manifest destiny thing failed pretty significantly.
Yes.
A long time ago.
And I think we're now understanding that we're meant to be stewards of nature, and how we care for our natural resources and how we engage with the natural world says a lot about the consciousness of our culture. And I really believe that we're at a place between worlds where we're trying to leave the old world, and the new world that is available to us, we have to create. And at least with Atlantic Packaging and a New Earth Project, we feel like our place is creating a healthier materials economy. And so how that translates is into all these new materials that we're activating they're created from nature-based feedstocks instead of fossil fuels. And we're a lot more conscious about the end-of-life scenarios, and making sure that products are recyclable and compostable, and acknowledging that there's always going to be a percentage of packaging that ends up in the environment.
Right.
But if that happens, we want it to break down quickly.
Can you please partner with Amazon, because they come to my house often?
I am partnering with Amazon.
Yes, you are. I'd love to hear it.
Are there any other packaging companies like yourself speaking this language? Because I love what I'm hearing.
Me too.
And it'd be nice to. It's great that you're leading that. So thank you.
Yeah.
Right.
I do feel like that Atlantic and New Earth, I feel like we are leaders.
Yeah.
And I became very, very passionate about this really early on, because I'm an outdoor person. I grew up on the beach. I've been a lifelong surfer. I've been a lifelong backpacker and fisherman and hunter and skier and snowboarder.
Right.
The outdoors have been an integral part of my life. And there was a point 8 or 10 years ago when I realized that the supply chain that I was a part of was creating a significant amount of environmental degradation, and no one in our industry was talking about it, at least at that point. And so I took a pretty big gamble and became very outspoken about the failures of our industry.
Yes.
And I got a lot of criticism for that initially.
Well, you're doing something right if you're pissing somebody off. Excuse me. You know what I mean?
I've used that line
if you're
a lot.
shaking it up a little, exactly.
If you're not pissing people off, you're not doing
But
it
I
right.
bet a lot
That's
of companies are going to partner with you strictly for this reason alone.
Well, a New Earth Project, our tagline is "We do this together."
I love it.
And the reality is we're one organization.
Right.
And we may be able to catalyze some things, but we can't do this by ourselves.
Sure.
And ultimately, our hope is that through a New Earth Project and through really branding sustainable packaging as something sacred. Like, this is a sacred spiritual thing that we are doing here. And I am trying to appeal to people's hearts.
Of course you are.
I'm trying to appeal to people's hearts that, this is the right thing, not just to do for your business, this is the right thing to do for the world.
Right.
This is how we create the more beautiful world that our hearts know is possible.
Yeah.
And we have the capacity, the technology to do this, but we do have to coordinate.
Right.
And we have to work together. And it's one of the things I love about the sustainable revolution is it's demanding a level of transparency. And we're moving out of this old paradigm in business of win-lose. When my customer wins, I lose, and vice versa, to a much more collaborative, hey, we all need to win a little bit. And sometimes we're all going to have to give a little bit too, because ultimately we're not focused on my organization's profit optimization as a goal in and of itself. We're focused on the greater good. And if we focus on the greater good and innovate in that direction, everybody can be healthy. Because innovative products always drive higher margins. Innovative products always drive new business. Innovative products always drive better business relationships. And so it's the beautiful thing about this inflection point that we're in. It's begging us to innovate in a specific direction that is healthy for humans, it is healthy for the planet, and it's also really healthy for our businesses. So to me, it's kind of the biggest no-brainer in the history of no-brainers.
Yeah.
And I hope other organizations are seeing that.
I bet your speech this morning was very inspiring.
Yeah, no kidding. Well,
I'm very inspired
it's
right now.
inspiring, and we'll wrap this up. It's inspiring because this has been, and correct me if I'm wrong, probably a lifelong journey for you.
It has
Since you've been, the packaging business has been a part of your life since you started, right? Since you were
I've never known a world where the packaging business wasn't a part of my
Okay.
life. My grandfather started the company in 1946, and my father ran it for 50 years. So
I bet they're very proud of you.
So right, and I'm proud of you too.
I'm proud of you too.
Thank you.
But my point is,
I
like,
got a lot of
that's
people helping me.
this is your life's journey. Like, this is kind of like where bringing sustainability and new earth and health and all that together with your packaging. I mean, that's huge.
It is huge.
It's like,
Well,
it's perfect.
yes, I mean, there's no doubt that I feel tremendous purpose in the work
Sure.
that we are doing. But ultimately, I'm just a voice, for a very large movement. And like I said before, none of this happens by an individual person or an individual organization.
Right.
Correct.
The beautiful thing about the work we're doing is it is inspiring for people, and it has brought a level of energy and just impact to our organization that is hard to quantify. It's also helped us recruit some of the most passionate, talented people. And for me personally, one of the biggest joys of doing this work is I love the people that I work with.
Cool.
Love. I mean, we have such a good time together. We feel like we're making a difference in the world. It's exciting, it's thrilling, and everyone brings their A game. It doesn't feel like work.
Nice. Well,
Yeah.
there you go.
Well, you're
That's
making the
success.
world a better place. So.
That's success. How can we find out more about what you're doing, your mission?
Absolutely. I mean, you can visit our website, atlanticpkg.com. We also have anewearthproject.com, but the best way to follow us is social media. So if you go online, go to @anewearthproject on Instagram, or you can follow me as well, @WesMCarter. I'm also on LinkedIn, and we're very active on social media because ultimately we believe that is a vehicle to tell stories globally.
Yes.
And human beings are storytellers by our very nature, and if we're going to change the world, story is how we're going to do it.
Yes.
And the world needs a new story right now. And to me, this is the new story. This is the new story for the new Earth.
Well, I think we're done with our interviews for today. I'm leaving inspired. so.
Don't drop the mic, but drop the mic, so to speak. There, Wes.
Love
Good
it.
job. Good
Thank
job.
you for being here.
Thanks for your time.
My
Wes.
pleasure. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah. Good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Next.
Whew, that was Wes. Hey, if you want to just bring in the next person, hold on. How are we doing over there, Larry? We good?
Sure. Do we know what's the business?
We have Austin McComb, CEO of Gnosis Freight. Gnosis Freight.
Okay.
One of the questions that I'm getting is, do folks have media rights to, can they get closer?
Yes.
Oh, 100%.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah. They'll see it before we go live.
I said to them, I assume the answer is yes.
Oh, yeah. That's the whole idea.
You all would like promotion as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
From their big followings.
He's a communications guy. Steph, have you guys met yet?
We haven't. Hi, Larry.
Stephanie, very nice to meet you. Do we have emails on the sign-up form? Okay.
So I'll be able to figure that
Okay.
out. But I do.
We have an 11 o'clock.
Yep. We're ready whenever. Yep.
Mark Parker says these folks keep getting grabbed by,
No, everyone's busy. We're trying to be conscious
Thanks,
of that.
roll, right? Can you maybe get them in here?
Let's rock and roll. Whenever he's ready, we're ready. Right, guys? Jake, you ready?
Yeah.
You ready for the next one? Oh, you gotta go, Michael? How many hats are you wearing there, Delaney? How many hats are you wearing right now?
Hi. Very nice to meet you.
Come on in, Austin. Sorry, I can't stand up right now. Mike Compton.
Right on.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you guys for having
Thank
me.
you.
Yeah.
And to confirm, I can have editorial rights. On,
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
That's the whole
Yes.
idea.
Yes.
Let's go. My private equity overlords will not be happy with me. I have to have editorial rights.
No, of course, of
Oh,
course.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, we want you to have it. We wanted to share this. This is what we're all about.
Let's go.
So
I
we're
love it.
now.
From YouTube, on YouTube.
You know, it's streaming.
Yeah.
It might be a little choppy, but the whole idea is we're going
Yeah.
to be launching these on our podcast, the Charleston Marketing Podcast.
Yes.
Cool.
As like bonus episodes.
Yeah.
Live from the Dig South.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then each one be clipped out. And then before
Right.
we launch it, we'll send it to you
Right on.
Yeah.
for approval.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you, baby.
What? Blowing kisses for her.
He's a good friend of mine.
Jeez Louise. Matthew, she's blowing kisses at guys.
He knows, John. You can just stick it on my purse. Thank you.
What's going on?
Thank
Yeah, all
you.
right. You're official.
That's the the one I was blowing kisses at.
Oh,
They
I
got-
see,
they
I
got-
see, I see. I thought you got one, Taylor. I thought you got your official one. Oh,
That's my friend John, for everybody.
friend John. Are we rolling, guys? Oh,
Okay.
This
All
is
right,
us
good.
live here.
This
Okay.
is us live.
Let's do it.
Oh, good. Well,
Here
just
we
being our
are.
authentic selves.
Let's do the
Oh,
open like we
hey.
would.
How are you doing? Okay.
Stephanie, you want to open this up? Which
Sure.
camera's live right there? That one?
Hey guys, Stephanie here and Mike Compton. We're
Hey,
from
hey.
the Charleston Marketing Podcast, Camacast. We're excited to be here with our friend.
We have a new friend, Austin McCombs.
Yes.
Austin McCombs is the CEO of Gnosis Freight. We just talked to a packaging guy, and now we're talking to a logistics guy.
Yeah.
This is cool.
This
All
is
right.
cool. We're learning a lot today. I feel
Austin.
like the knowledge is rolling deep. So
Where you
tell us a
from?
little about yourself.
Yeah, I am originally from Birmingham, small town outside called Trustville. So started the company in Auburn as a student.
You
and
started the company.
I did.
All right.
And then I came up to see a customer in Charleston, planned to stay for 3 months, and that was 9 years ago, and I haven't left since.
I
So-
know. Isn't
I know
it
how that
great?
feels. We're also transplants. Came for vacation,
Uh-huh.
and then we both moved. So.
Yep.
It's a common story around here.
It is. It is. So we're live at Dig South.
Yeah.
Is this your first time? Because this is my first time, and I'm excited.
My first time at Dig South too.
This
Yeah.
is my first time.
Yeah.
I've heard great things about it. I meant to attend in years prior, but
Yeah.
this is my first time here. They were kind enough to invite me to speak and brought me up here, and man, I'm impressed.
Did you speak this morning?
I did. I spoke about 30 minutes ago, so
How did it go?
it was great. The good audience, good attendance, and people seem pretty fired up to find out what's going on in the tech world.
That's awesome.
Tell us, dude. What did
Tell
you
us.
talk
Tell
about?
us what was your topic?
So I talked a few different topics, but about the democratization of software
Okay.
and how more people are soon to be able to access the ability to build things. And the really cool part about that is the closer you are to a problem, the better you are at solving it.
Right.
Currently, there's a huge gap because the people who usually develop software are usually a long way away from the people who actually have the problems. But what we're doing is seeing that transition shift where more people are able to build software, and therefore we're starting to see the term of a citizen developer come to life,
Right.
where people who are not intended to be developers are able to build tools to solve really specific problems that has never gotten attention from the software world before.
That's amazing.
What? Help me out here. So, what does that have
Mike's
to do
head
with
went.
freight?
So I've traveled around the last few weeks talking about tariffs all day, every day.
Oh.
Okay.
I said, I'm back home, I'm with my people, I'm going to
Yeah.
do something fun and
Yeah,
make some
yeah,
hot
yeah.
takes. So I said, no logistics, no tariffs, we're talking about building companies.
I love it. I love it.
I get it now. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Very cool.
So, what have you seen grow? What have you seen come out of this?
Yeah, I think right now everyone's sort of rethinking how they're doing things. You know, I think incumbents in every industry are looking at these AI companies raising money at faster speeds than we've ever seen before and saying, what does this mean for me? So I think you're seeing companies start getting nimble again.
Yeah.
You're seeing people worry more about being profitable, and you're seeing people pay a lot of attention to these small and mid-sized markets that usually were theirs by default, but now because of the cost of building software going down, you're seeing people be able to raise money going after smaller problems. So
Yeah.
I think that is the big thing that I'm paying attention to as a CEO. I hope that a lot of other software companies that are incumbents are thinking about it as well, because we're likely to see a wider range of software companies solving smaller, more specific problems.
I love it. Now, are you reaching out to these different companies? Or are they coming to you for advice and help?
A little bit of everything.
Okay.
I think the entrepreneur community, especially in Charleston,
Yes.
and
Are you big in the Harbor Entrepreneur Center?
I work with those guys. I know
Okay, good,
some of the folks here. Obviously, we're a growing tech scene. But the
Yes.
Southeast runs a really pretty tight ship in terms of us all staying together.
Nice.
So Atlanta, Birmingham, Greenville, Charleston.
right? Okay.
There's a lot of us who stay in touch, and I'm also have the privilege of have recently done a transaction with Vista Equity Partners, and
Okay.
they have a large portfolio of companies from all sizes that gives me a great network to talk about these type of things and
Nice.
figure out how we can best take advantage of it and defend ourselves.
Little plug here for Dig South is
Yes.
they do a good job in their back ends.
Yeah.
When you become a member, you get access to this almost like social network.
Yeah.
And to be keeping in touch with the other entrepreneurs and the other innovators that are out there. They do a really cool. Have you seen it yet?
I haven't,
I just
actually.
dug into it yesterday because I'm a member now. I'm excited about
I'm
it.
very
And then they
excited.
have events at Harbor Entrepreneur Center too. By the
Yes.
way, you know this.
And Charleston Tech Corridor too, right?
I don't know.
That'd-
Maybe.
That'd be good.
But it's amazing how the growth factor. Speaking of the Charleston Tech Corridor,
Yeah.
speaking of Harbor Entrepreneur Center, there's so many. The whole it's blowing up here. I
Absolutely.
feel like the tech industry is blowing up here.
We hope so.
Watch out,
For how
Silicon
many
Valley.
years now? For about a decade now.
It is.
Right?
It's
And the
been
growth
about a
factor.
decade, right?
They're in the just. I've been here about 8.5 years, and
Okay.
just the transformation I've seen in that time period makes me pretty bullish for the future. I think more companies are starting than I've ever seen. There's more infrastructure, such as the Charleston Digital Corridor that houses a lot of these newer companies.
Yes, yes.
And I think we're also reaching critical mass of a network effect where there are enough entrepreneurs to help and guide other entrepreneurs,
Right.
as well as a lot of us becoming frequent investors in the Charleston ecosystem. So
Now, are
That's-
you going to
that's the
stay
whole-
in Charleston, or are you going to keep your
Oh.
business here?
I plan to. Again, we are reaching critical mass of the amount of people where it's becoming difficult. If there's one thing I think Charleston can work on is real estate's not optimized for growing software
It
companies.
is not.
You know, a lot of folks need long-term leases. We grew 90% last year.
Okay.
The likelihood of us being able to predict how many heads we're going to need 3 to 5 years from now is just quite frankly impossible. So we're doing a balancing act. We found a great spot right now that allows us some flexibility and expansion and is taking good care of us. But
That's good.
I can guarantee you, as long as we can fit in Charleston, we'll be here.
I love
but
that.
can't promise we'll be here forever. But I think our home base will always be here in perpetuity.
Love that.
I love that.
Yeah, well, the show's called the Charleston Marketing Podcast,
So
right? So, I mean, we like to
love-
market and talk good about Charleston,
Absolutely.
and build a team. So the tech scene is like our apex, our North Star for the marketing scene.
Okay.
And I said that to Ernest before, too.
Yeah, we do a lot with AI and that kind of thing. So hearing
On
different
the show.
perspectives is great because
Yeah, well, yeah. And then so AI is probably driving a lot of that growth of
Right.
new businesses, of new innovations, right?
Yeah.
I'm on chat every other hour, I feel like, coming up with a new idea.
Yeah.
Stop it, Taylor. I don't need to see any eyeball rolling over there, Taylor.
he's a big fan of Chat
Our
GPT.
strategist for Roomba. So congratulations on all your
Yes,
success.
yes. Are you
congratu-
sticking around for all the events today?
I have to go to one other work requirement in just a few minutes, but I'm going
Okay.
to come back and should be around. So I'll
Nice.
go ahead and
Good
hang
for
with you
you.
guys.
Awesome. There's
Yeah.
an after party tonight, by the way.
Okay.
Charleston Tech Week.
Yes.
Now we're talking.
Yes.
So we're gonna-
How, before we
Just so everybody knows,
sign off with
it'll be great.
Austin, how do we get a hold of you, bud? How can they our live stream audience, our podcast members, get a hold of you?
Yeah, I lay pretty low on the internet. However, I do have a LinkedIn, so you can search my name. You'll find me on there in our
Okay.
company profile.
LinkedIn, Austin McCombs.
That's right, and as well as my email address is amccombs@nosiscompanies.com.
Awesome. We'll link it in the chat too.
Perfect.
Yeah. Nice to meet you,
Yeah,
Austin.
thank you. Thank
Yes,
you very much.
Yes, thank you for your hard work.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Okay. Well, that was Austin.
That was awesome.
That was Austin McCombs. It was awesome as well, but his name is Austin. That's what I was saying.
Awesome, Austin.
Yeah. So,
Awesome,
Austin. We're still rolling, right? We're still live.
Oh,
How
yeah.
is it sounding live? We're not stopping live? We don't. Oh, okay. So we're just kind of
It's
like
an all day.
almost like it's a telethon.
At some point, I will be getting up, audience, to get a coffee.
I know, right?
No. You're not getting me a coffee. I
She
can get
wants
it
to
myself.
get her own coffee, probably to stretch. This is a marathon.
It is a marathon. It's fun. Yeah.
Larry, how are we doing? Yeah?
Nice.
Good.
Awesome.
Good.
Were you able to get an Instagram okay? Okay. Oh, I'm sure you are.
So can we stop the record right now? And then can we, anytime a guest isn't around. Thank you. And we're starting off on that camera, right? Jack, who are you with?
I'm with Phrase.
Jack Fleming with Phrase here. Say hello, folks. Okay,
Hi,
hold
Jack.
on.
How are
This
you?
is the Charleston Marketing Podcast, live at Dig South.
That's right. There's a lot happening today, so we're
Thanks to
excited to be here.
Stanfield Gray for inviting us.
Yes, yes.
Thanks to our sponsors, the Charleston Media Solutions,
Charleston Marketing Association.
Charleston American Marketing
Normally
Association.
we're in the studio. Jerry's Feel Goods beat at the beginning of the intro.
Yeah, my agency Roombo,
Yep.
your agency
Can you get it
Barrow
right?
Consulting.
Stephanie Barrow Consulting.
Stephanie Barrow Consulting. I told you, that's
right.
what I said.
Oh, good. Look
But
at
most
you.
importantly, we have Jack Fleming.
Thank you for being here, Jack.
right now. Jack, what brings you to Dig South?
I'm here to meet other marketers.
Oh, you're into
possible-
marketing.
I am.
Oh, look at you.
I am. I'm actually running an agency in Wilmington, North Carolina.
Okay,
Right.
okay.
And I just created a marketing software based on the needs that we have within the agency.
What did you build? What
Yes.
is it?
Tell
So
me
it's
more
called
about the
Phrase.
Okay,
Um,
Phrase. Got it.
Well, let's do the background of why I'm
Yes,
here first.
yes,
I'm
let's
here
do
to
that,
meet other
let's do it.
marketers, to demo our software,
Yeah.
possible investors, and just a general business community in South Carolina. Because I'm up in North Carolina, so I don't get to come down too often.
All right. So
Welcome
as a
down.
marketer, is it like a scheduling software? Like, tell me about your software.
So we help with research and content development.
Okay.
So I've found that within my agency and handling accounts across different industries, IT cyber, auto service, real estate, interior design.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's really, really hard to keep up with the intricacies, the events,
Yeah.
and the terminology of each and every industry. I mean, there are 90,000 distinct terms in the auto service industry alone.
Yes.
And as a marketer, I know a lot of them. Do I need to use them in all my content? Not necessarily. But do I
But-
want to meet the goals of my businesses,
Yes.
my clients? Yes. Do I want to exceed expectations? Also, yes.
Yes.
So we aggregate industry-specific topics into one spot. So it's all in like a folder on our software. I
Right.
don't have them going to my inbox, which is
Okay,
great.
okay.
And then we leverage AI to organize it, to paraphrase it, like our name, into marketing material.
There
like
it is.
blog outlines, infographics, video scripts.
This would
and
be a
ads.
very big time saver for me.
Yes.
I work with a couple of home services clients, and up until like a year or two ago, I did not know the term Navien or like Renai or like, different plumbing terminologies. Now I'm an expert,
Yeah.
so I'll come to your house and
That's
help you
the
with your
goal.
plumbing.
Save time, because
You-
time's money in marketing.
It is,
And
it
as
is.
marketers, we take time from business owners, and
Right.
that time just doesn't disappear. It still takes time to be behind the camera to edit, as y'all are aware.
Yes.
And so we're helping marketers save some time.
I love it.
Very
Being a matter expert in every single thing that you market, especially when you're juggling lots of brands,
Yep.
it is a skill and it is a time suck.
It's very, very hard.
How can we get a hold of you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm everywhere because I'm in social media. My personal account on LinkedIn is a great place to reach out.
Okay.
We're at phrase.com. It's PHRAYZ.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about the branding and how you came up with this name.
So we're 5 months in. So we have an operational MVP and it's free right now, but we are working on some paid ways to take money. So
Okay.
we want more traction in that area. But yeah, I'm also a part of our Wilmington American Marketing Association chapter.
Yes, I love to hear
We
it.
just started, and so we're a growing chapter, and it's great.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm kind of everywhere on social media. So you can find me at Jack Fleming on LinkedIn. My marketing company is Socialry. It's a blend of chivalry and social media, kind of in one word, and then phrase.
I love
All right.
it.
So there's
That's
lots of
I
very
see
different
a
stuff.
cool.
thing going on
I
here.
see it.
Yeah.
I see it. And you got like the attire to match the brand.
I don't have my attire to match my brand. My
do?
my color's orange,
Okay.
and if people know me in Wilmington, they've seen me wear my orange suit.
Oh,
Because
you
I
have an
also
orange suit,
lead
like the banana guy, like a
the
yellow
banana guy, like
the
Jesse
banana guy?
Cole, yeah.
Sorry, just hit
I
the
wore
mic.
it to our 1 million cups 5-year anniversary because I'm also the lead organizer for that.
We
so I'm
love
very
1
on top
million
of
cups.
everything startups.
Yeah.
And do you have an
Small
orange
businesses.
car?
I don't have an orange car.
There's a guy here, Frank, who has a Holy City Med.
He's
who
probably here
is-
somewhere.
He's probably here. He always rocks purple, like purple suit. I would be surprised if his house wasn't purple. He's definitely got a purple car. Everything is all in purple.
I
so-
don't think my girlfriend would let me get a designed car or a colored
What
car.
if it was
quite
like a
yet.
Jeep?
I'm a 4Runner guy.
Okay, all right, I can see that.
I want to
can
know
see
more,
that.
like why and how you started this business.
Yeah.
It's been an idea for a while.
Your idea, solo
yes.
idea.
Well, yes. So I have a co-founder. My software developer's here, but it's my idea.
Yeah.
He's great at just kind of building any idea that
That's great. You
send
need to
him.
have some team. You need to have a team. You need
Oh
to-
yeah. And I'm also, again, not technical. I'm the orange suit guy who will be
So
on camera and
you're
on a
the
podcast.
face
and
of the
I'm
brand.
the face of the brand, and,
I
and
like
he's
it.
the guy in the corner to build it. And
You're
he's
building
really good
you're
at what he
building the
does, yeah.
relationships. So that's a very
Yes.
important part of making
Yeah.
your business sustainable.
That's how I've met so many great people. Is it's not only like if you can help me, but it's
Right.
who you know as well.
Oh yeah, I'm a big believer in community. Why we have the Charleston Marketing Podcast.
And I'm
Yeah.
reading Who Not How.
Yeah.
Have you read that one?
He's
I'm
talked about this book a
bad
lot
at
I know,
today.
I'm
you need to get
talking
this
about-
book.
I'm reading the
I love it.
It's an
what is it,
audiobook too,
12
bud.
Principles of Life right now.
Yeah,
Jordan
there you
Peterson.
go.
I'm
Nice.
reading it at the beach because it's a very thick read, so
Yeah.
I have to read it somewhere that's a little
Yeah.
bit more relaxing.
I tend to fall
Right.
asleep when I read too. This one's more of an audiobook though, so
Yeah.
it's kind of cool. And it talks about building teams. It's talking about when you have a problem, instead of
Yeah.
figuring out the how to fix that problem yourself, you find somebody,
Who
a
can-
leader, an expert in that
Right.
field, and have them help you out.
So you
I
and
need
your
to buy
partner
that
are
book.
both here today at Dig South?
We are.
That's great.
He also has his own. We're not really full time quite yet because I still run my agency,
Right.
and he
Sure.
actually runs a custom content software development firm as well.
My goodness.
So help people
What's
with
that called?
MVPs. It's just his name, Zach Tyhax Labs.
What's up, Zach?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, shout
What's
out to your
up?
buddy
What's
there.
up? Now, are you here for the whole day for all the events?
I was here last night. We rolled in for a little kickoff party. We rolled in fashionably late because I had to do some filming in Wilmington. But we hit some traffic on the bridge, but it wasn't too bad. Now I'm here all day, and we'll leave tomorrow morning.
Wilmington,
Awesome.
huh? We're big in Charlotte.
We are big in Charlotte.
That's-
I had someone stop us last night at.
That person wasn't from Charlotte.
They were from Charlotte.
Stop.
That's what I was trying to
missed that
tell
part
you.
of your story.
So last night, fun fact, I was at Tavern and Table in Shem Creek. It's a beautiful restaurant.
Okay.
And someone came up to me and they're like, "Are you on the Charleston Marketing Podcast?" And I'm like, "Yes, I am." And they said, "We listen to you and we live in Charlotte." And I was like, "How
No
about that?"
kidding.
It made
Yeah.
my night. It made my
There-
night.
So it goes Mount Pleasant, Charleston, and then Charlotte.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it goes Mount Pleasant, Charlotte, Charleston.
We have a lot of
When
listeners
the
in
Buzzsprout
Charlotte. So.
statistics and all our data and
Yeah.
all that stuff.
I
Charlotte-
don't get to Charlotte enough.
I have never been to Wilmington, but I've heard great
Why
things.
not? It's not that far away.
No, I know. I'm from Virginia. There's no reason why I have not been to Wilmington. It's
So
kind of on the way.
Wilmington's the #1 startup small city in the world for under 300,000 population. We're the #4 startup small city in the world for under 500K. We're the #2 in our own state, and we're
Wow.
also the top 50 tech city for AI in the whole world, beating out
No
Raleigh
kidding.
and Charlotte.
That's awesome.
Spit some knowledge there.
When I
Jack.
think of
That's
Wilmington,
great.
I always think of the film and the TV because you have a lot
Oh,
buzzing.
We do have a lot of film and TV.
Was
Buzzing.
Dawson's Creek there?
Yes, it was. Look at you.
We've also had
Dawson's
Iron
Creek.
Man, One Tree Hill,
One Tree Hill.
Halloween.
Oh.
There's a few others, some Hallmark stuff.
Okay, that's cool. Well, we're so excited to meet with you. We're excited that you're
you.
here. So,
Yes,
your
Phrase.
business, I know it's brand new, but do you have a social media?
Phrase.
We have a LinkedIn, and I think that's it for Phrase.
Okay.
for now,
we have a
until you
Facebook.
find some help.
But I'm more for my marketing agency. I'm more everywhere, and my personal brand is kind of everywhere as well.
That's
so,
awesome.
Nice.
Jack Fleming on most social medias, Phrase, and social remarketing.
Perfect.
Awesome. Well, it's
And-
wonderful meeting you. Thank you
Nice
for
to meet y'all as
stopping
well.
by.
Yeah, thank you.
Of
Yeah,
course.
Yeah, Jack,
awesome.
good work. Good work. Yeah, maybe we'll have a drink later on.
Yeah. Are you going to the after party tonight?
I'm trying to talk
Oh.
myself into things, so
All the
I would
things.
love to grab a drink. And,
Oh, that.
Well, there you go.
He will be there in his
That's why I'm
orange
here.
suit. Orange suit. Yeah, I love it. Awesome.
Thanks,
cool.
Jack. All right. Thank you to Jack. Yeah, Jack Fleming of Phrase. We're the Charleston Marketing Podcast.
Yes.
Mike
we're
Compton,
live
Stephanie
on YouTube
Barrow.
right now. I'm going to have some of my coffee.
And we're live at Dig South. So
We're going to be here
thanks-
all day till 3:30.
That's right. That's right. And so thanks to our sponsors, the Charleston Media Solutions, Charleston American Marketing Association. Let's not forget about our boy Jerry Feelsgood.
I did. Nice shout out at him. I love me some Jerry Feelsgood.
And
I've
and
run into him recently, P.S.
You did. I've yet to run into him.
You haven't? It's because you're not cool.
I'm not out and about like you are. So
For those interested,
yeah,
sorry,
Jack,
I'm going to
no.
do this quick
Pop in there,
plug because
bud.
he's going to get mad at me if I don't do
go
it.
for
Yeah,
it.
let's
Rock
do
it
it.
out, bud.
So Jim Roberts with the Network for Entrepreneurs Wilmington, he runs the largest monthly startup events in the whole state of North Carolina. He averages about 200 people at his events.
Okay.
He's
Wow.
having his big investor buzz-in event coming up on May 16th.
Nice.
So he has a full day of panels, speakers, pitches, kind of like this, just up in Wilmington.
Nice.
And the next day we'll have a little
love
Preakness
that.
party at end of days. A local
love
So
that.
it
distillery.
sounds like we need to go there.
No, I'm definitely want to go there.
Do our podcast 101 class.
Dude, let's do a live at the 1 Million Cups.
Well, I'd love to have you too. Yeah.
You're the
Okay.
pres of that,
I'm
right?
the lead organizer.
We
yeah.
will
Lead
come-
organizer
We will
love to
come
have
to
of
all
1
the
Million
things.
Cups Wilmington, right?
Yeah.
A little shout out to them.
Yes.
I love it.
Yeah. What goes on there? So people that don't know.
Yeah, so 1 Million Cups
We're
is
just gonna keep going.
We
We're
can
just
keep
gonna
going.
keep
Yeah, I
going.
can
Why
talk for a while. I'll talk until I need water.
Same.
But 1 Million Cups is run by a national nonprofit, the Uwig Kaufman Foundation out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Yep.
Okay.
And they started this weekly event to basically support entrepreneurs and the communities that surround them. So it's every Wednesday at 9 a.m. We have 1 to 2 presenters.
Yep.
It's a 6-minute presentation followed by 20 minutes of Q&A.
Yeah.
So really emphasize the community interaction piece. They get to offer questions, suggestions, and connections to help the entrepreneurs grow.
There is a chapter here. I
Yeah.
know Mike's.
Oh, we
was-
talked for
You
a
haven't been,
while
Steph?
last night. Was
I
it
have been a
Thomas?
couple times. Yeah.
Oh, Thomas Heath.
Yeah,
Heath.
yeah, we talked for a while.
He's going to be on the podcast soon.
Yep. Yep.
But going
I think he's
into
a speaker today for Dig South too.
I think so,
I
Steph.
saw him in the itinerary. Yep.
Okay, but going
Shout out Thomas.
into the 1 Million Cups
Yeah.
is like a hug. It's not like this is what I do. This is my business card. Call me and give me some money. It's more like
Yes.
how can I help you?
No,
How can
it's
we
a
help
really-
you?
I think that's why people love it so much. It's like
Yeah.
addicting to go. People love the community. It's a little bit less sweaty and intimidating as a pitch. So you
Uh-huh.
can kind of come in and just be
It's
yourself.
your 30-second elevator pitch.
Did
Not
you-
even a 60.
Did you mention that the whoever started it, the name I forgive me, I don't-
Uwig Kaufman
he
Foundation.
wanted 1 million people to share a cup of coffee at the same time?
Yep. So I think Thomas said last night there are like 99 or 90 cities across the United States that have communities. And so we're sharing cups of coffee each and every Wednesday. And so that's what hopefully accumulates to 1 million cups of coffee over the year.
I love
awesome?
that. I was actually wondering why they called it 1 million cups, and now thank you for educating
Cup of coffee.
me. Cup
Yep.
of coffee. I
Yeah,
love
1
it.
million cups.
Because entrepreneurs
Everybody's-
love coffee.
They do. They do.
I need some right now. Let's
They
go.
do.
Let's go to
I'm
let's
on
go
my
to break.
I'm on my 3rd cup, so
All the coffee.
Jack's
thing.
ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
Thanks again, Jack. Really appreciate
you.
you.
Yeah.
All right, Charleston, Dig South. We'll talk to you guys in a second with our next guest.
Awesome. We're rolling. Hey guys, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Doing great, thank you.
I'm so glad you're here. Once again, I'm Stephanie Barrow from the Charleston Marketing Podcast, and we are live today from Dig South. I am welcoming two gentlemen, David Boardman from Every Point and Grady Johnson from the Harbor Entrepreneur Center. We are big fans of the Harbor Entrepreneur Center.
Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate that. Thank
Yes, you guys do a lot for the city. So can you talk a little bit about the Harbor Entrepreneur Center for
Sure,
people who have
sure.
never
we're
listening for the first time?
The Harbor Entrepreneur Center, we're a 501c3. We've been
Okay.
here in the Charleston community for over 12 years now. We're located in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, my hometown.
And
by
a
the
new
way.
building. I'm
And a-
also a Mount Pleasant girl. Thank you very much.
we got an awesome building. We have about 32,000 square feet that we occupy currently. We've got over 100 entrepreneurial companies in residence over there. And the Entrepreneur Center, we're the driving force for entrepreneurial innovation in the Charleston region.
Yes.
And our mission is to create collision among entrepreneurs and support them at every step of their journey. And we do that by surrounding entrepreneurs with other entrepreneurs for peer-to-peer mentoring, programming, educational style programming, and social events. And the main thing is just to get entrepreneurs to collide. When they bump heads, they create businesses, they help each other. It's such a lonely endeavor to be an entrepreneur. You don't really have anybody to talk to. Your parents want you to go get a real job.
Oh, I know. Cause the guy that does all of our video and stuff today, he can speak to that.
Yeah,
'Cause
and
he's-
it's lonely, and the
Yeah.
more successful you get, the lonelier it becomes. And so to have that peer-to-peer network is really invaluable, and that's how we support and help them thrive at every step.
I love it. Now, how do you two gentlemen know each other?
So I'm an entrepreneur.
Okay. Are you
This-
at the Harbor Entrepreneur Center?
No, but
Okay.
I'm excited to help Grady. So I'm the poster child for what you look like after being an entrepreneur for 25 years.
You look great.
But yeah, so I'm an entrepreneur. I'm on my third business. This one is successful. Been at it 13 years. And I was introduced to Grady and really excited about the supply chain accelerator because this last business that I've started leverages machine learning and computer vision, or we'll throw the letters AI on it because it's the underlying technologies in the supply chain, helping people measure the immeasurable, right? So we're focused on helping people track and manage rocks, right? So how do you do that? You can't put a barcode on a rock and it doesn't come in a box, right?
Right.
So we've started focusing on that problem. So Stockpile Reports is the business. I was introduced to Grady, heard about the Harbor Entrepreneurial Center, said, sounds like my tribe.
Yes.
Also heard about the Supply Chain Accelerator and said, I've got a lot of bumps on my head from being an entrepreneur for 25 years. I'd love to help companies and share my
It's all
supply
about the
chain
community and
experience.
partnership.
Yep.
Now, is your company based here in Charleston?
We are not. We're out of Seattle, Washington, actually
Okay.
Redmond
Nice.
in particular. But I've been here because I have
Relationship with the
kids
Harbor.
at the College of Charleston,
good for
and
you.
so Charleston holds a special place in my heart now,
Yes.
and I'm getting more connected in the local community.
Okay. Is this your first time at Dig South?
Yes, it is.
What do you think?
I think it's wonderful. I've met some great people who have started companies. I've met people who have founded companies. And I think unlike some of the other markets where people are always, kind of getting together, but kind of know you're competing with each
Sure.
other, this definitely feels like more of a community where everybody's trying
That's
to
my
help each
favorite
other.
thing about Charleston. It's very collaborative. Everyone is not out for their own selves or out for the greater good of the city, and bringing the tech community to Charleston
Right.
is just booming now, which is wonderful, large in part to the Harbor Entrepreneur Center and the Charleston Digital Corridor. There's a lot of cool things happening in the city. So you two are going to be collaborating, it sounds like.
Yes, and I just will say that I think the way David showed up here is he saw that this was Dig South, and
Yeah.
since he's in the rocks and gravel business, he thought it was a gravel convention.
I like that branding.
So,
You're
yeah,
like,
yeah.
SEO, Dig South, got it.
That's right.
That's
a good connection.
That is a good connection. That's
Yeah, so we got a grant. The Harbor Entrepreneur Center got a grant from the SC Department of Commerce
Okay.
to stand up our next accelerator. We've been doing accelerators here in the Charleston market for 12 years, and this is our first vertical industry accelerator. In the past, it's all been very eclectic. We were very agnostic about the kinds of businesses that we were helping. This endeavor is to help specifically businesses in the supply chain and it's a good place for it because the supply chain itself is still fairly, I don't know, antiquated. What's the right word, David? I mean, it's like 20th century
Right,
still.
it's been
right?
around for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
You know, it's evolved, and it's really tough to digitize. So it's been really tough to see a lot of innovation and advancement in it. Again, the barcode and the RFID sure helped a lot, but there's a lot more innovation that is yet to come to the supply chain. And Charleston's a great place with the port and all the different companies that are setting up headquarters in South Carolina. I think it's a great little petri dish and group of people to really do something special.
Yeah, and we don't really have to explain to anybody in the Charleston region what the supply chain is, right?
Absolutely
everybody
not.
knows
The
it.
port is a big hub for us.
But it's still all very, kind of clipboard and pencil business.
Yeah, before you came up, we had a couple of other people that spoke about the transportation. Like one was with the sustainable packaging and that kind of thing.
Yes.
I really think that the city of Charleston is embracing the revolution of changing, AI for the good for all commerce and that kind of thing. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah,
it's
awesome.
fun.
It's fun, right?
It is fun. There's a lot of opportunity.
So what's it going to take to bring you to Charleston full time? We'll take
Not
him, right?
much. The
Not much.
sunshine's fantastic. Yeah, it doesn't take
I
much
heard
more than
there's a
that.
house for sale on Greenville Road right down the street for about $5 million. I'll help you pack. Because I like living. I used to live out west, and it's a pretty place, but there's nothing like Charleston.
That is for sure. That is for sure.
Yes, but luckily we have you for the College of Charleston. So that's
Yeah. Yeah.
So now, how can our listeners find out more about your businesses?
The best way to find out about what we're doing in the supply chain with bulk materials is to go to stockpilereports.com.
Okay.
It's a very innovative marketing name for those that are marketers.
Yes.
Stockpile Report.
I like on-the-nose branding.
Stockpilereports.com.
That
Yep,
works for
it is
me.
what it is. So
Yes.
that's the best place to go and learn about that.
Okay.
If you're more interested in technology and machine learning and computer vision, that's EveryPoint.
Okay.
And so that's everypoint.io. That's the platform and the technology that powers Stockpile Reports.
That's amazing. And obviously, we are fans of the Harbor Entrepreneur Center.
Thank you.
If you are a listener for the first time, you're not familiar with Harbor Entrepreneur Center, it's on Harbor Entrepreneur at Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, all the things.
All of the above, and harborec.com.
Yes.
You can find our website and come hang out with the cool kids.
I was going to say, are you hanging out all day today?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'll be here.
And we'll see you tonight at the after party
I think so.
with the DJ? Okay, great.
Can't miss it.
Can't miss it. All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for being
Yep,
here with
thanks,
me
Stephanie.
today.
Appreciate it.
And we'll welcome another guest. So thank you so
Have a
much.
great day.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you.
live streaming, live at the Dig South. Is it the Dig South or just Dig South? I think it's just Dig South, right? I always put the in front of something for some dumb reason. Anyways, Charleston Marketing Podcast. Mike Compton here, president of Roombo Advertising. I have two special guests here. Again, we're live at Dig South. I've got Barbara Skidmore of Blushing Alpacas, which I love the name. I'm blushing already. And Glenn Harmon of Pinckney Harmon. These two are equally and separately badasses on their own, but they're also consultants in a new, what is it, a startup called Pollen. Pollen.
Yes.
And talk about it here, Barbara. So what made you guys start Pollen? What is it, by the way?
Well, it's a platform. It's a content distribution platform,
Okay.
and it basically it's similar to like a Sprout Social or like a Later, only it has more capability to one click out to all of the avenues.
Sure.
It's going to have some even greater capabilities with AI, of developing content and all of this kind of things. So we found that there was a bit of a miss in the market for the content distribution platform. So we decided, well, they came to me and said, what do you think of this? And I said, that would be great. I would love to have this.
Oh, amazing. Why do you think they came to you? What do you bring to the table, Barbara?
Well, I'm an influencer in Charleston, so
Okay.
I would use it for my own content, but then I also run 20 to 40 other social media platforms.
Okay.
And so some of them are big, some of them are small. So it's very helpful to give data back to people, and this is an easy way to give data right back to people on
Absolutely.
everything that you're able to disseminate.
I love that. Hey, Glenn, what role do you play in Pollen?
So primarily focusing on like product development and
Okay.
feature selection. Pollen, to me, and I think to us, is mainly an opportunity for us to address some of the deficiencies that we've noticed in other marketing technology platforms that we use. So this is really something that's like built by marketers for marketers. And so I think that, my perspective is, we use Sprout Social in the agency. We used it for years and that kind of thing, and are just making the shift over to Pollen. But I've always been dissatisfied with their analytics, things like that, with some of the what I think are fairly easy to develop tools that really, have a huge impact that just aren't there because they're not developed by marketers, they're developed by developers. So I guess my role is specifically to help guide that.
Glenn's the nerdier one.
Glenn's the nerd. That's
He's
great.
the nerdier.
Yes.
Yeah.
He
Well,
gives
it
us
takes
all
a-
the numbers.
It takes a team. Speaking of nerds, wait, you got Gasser over there. I mean, he's one of the smarter dudes I've
true.
known. And he also has a separate agency.
Yep.
Yes.
And you have a separate marketing company, and you have a separate marketing
Yeah.
company. You know what I mean? It's all about collaboration. So I love how did that come together? To have different marketing teams come
yeah.
to, you know what I mean? I love it. This
Yeah.
is
Well,
what
I think it's
the Charleston
essential because we're not
essential.
we're not the same agency.
Yes.
We're in the Charlotte market. We focus, on automotive, industrial, medical, a lot of niche clients.
Okay.
So we have enterprise clients, global clients, things like that.
Uh-huh.
So there's an element of Pollen that is creating a tool for small businesses, creating a tool for in-house marketing for large organizations, and then for agencies. So I think collectively we cover that, that gamut in terms of experience and that type of thing.
Everybody's got their own professional take on everything, right?
Yeah.
So I'm reading this book called Who Not How. You guys are going to
Yeah.
be so over this book. I've been saying it all the time, but have you guys read it yet?
No.
Who Not How
No.
by Dan Sullivan. It's all about finding the people. Instead of working on the problem as the how yourself, find a professional, somebody who knows that space to get it done for you.
Yeah.
And then the project can grow even more. It's exactly what you guys have done, I feel like, just kind of getting to know
Yeah.
your story right now. Is like you found your professionals in each category and brought them together to make a bigger, greater good product.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. So what are you influencing, Barbara? What's your take on?
Anything and everything. No, I'm based out of Charleston. I also have a house in Savannah. Like we Airbnb in Savannah. We have a couple Airbnbs in Savannah.
Cool.
So I'm based out of both of those areas. So that's my huge niche.
Okay.
But then I travel excessively and often. So I have a travel component to my
Lovely.
influencing. So we went to Greece this year. We went to Croatia this year. We went to
So did I.
Yeah, wonderful.
No,
We'll
I
have to
didn't.
talk
I'm
about
lying.
it.
I'm totally lying. I did not go to Greece.
So, and you know, I get people asking me, well, how did you find these flights? How did you book this? Did you
Yes.
use a travel agency? I do not. I
Yes.
do it all by myself. Between my husband and I, we get it moving. And he speaks 9 languages, so he's easy
Oh,
to
well, you got it.
bring along.
Cheat there. That's
Yeah.
great.
So, but anyway, I do those, and a lot of food and drink.
And
Yeah.
then influencing for pollen. How does that kind of come together? Like, how does?
So with pollen right now, it's just starting to push out what is pollen.
How long have we been pollen?
How long have I been with
How
pollen?
long? First of all, how long has pollen been around? And
A
then,
Year or so.
Yeah.
so super startup, super
Yeah.
Yeah, not from concept. So years in terms of like where the concept was,
Yeah.
and then finally getting traction to be a thing has been about a year.
Yes.
new.
And,
Amazing.
and then when
Amazing.
they brought me in, it was like, would you use this as an influencer? Would you use this for your agency? Like when they started to ask me questions about it, then it was,
Yeah.
well, I would use it for this. I
Yeah.
don't like this, or change that.
Perfect.
Because-
And I think that's kind of how we got here with this kind of coverage was almost the market research that the original investors, did,
Yeah.
talking to their contacts. I mean, I got into it. One of the investors is a retail automotive client of mine, and asked me to sit in on a meeting. I think that because he had a certain bucket of concerns, and I think, when they asked Barb, they knew she knew about this world, and if we're going to appeal to them, we need an insider to tell us how.
Yeah.
So I'd love to say we did it intentionally, but I'm happy with where we are now.
That's what happens when you get good people together and the smart people, the right people. Just the project grows from there.
Yeah, I remember the first time we were in
Becomes
there, I think I said, okay, everybody pull out your phones. Let's see what's happening like on,
Yeah.
do you have TikTok, do you have Instagram, do you have, I think there were 3 people, you, me, and one other person that was like, yeah, oh yeah, okay, and then nobody else had social media.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, well,
So-
we got to start here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very difficult to know what to build if you're not a consumer of it.
No kidding.
So yeah.
So talk about the future of pollen. Then. What are we looking like?
I think the answer would be different for each of us if you
I love
asked.
it. We have time for both of you guys to
Yeah,
answer. So go
for
it.
me, I would say the greatest deficit in current platforms, whether you're talking about Later, Buffer, Sprout, or anything else, is that analytics is like an afterthought. And what I would really love Pollen to be is a platform where you have truly goal-based cross-platform analytics. Because it's not enough to say, how much engagement did I have, or what was my reach, or that kind of thing. Well, how do those things relate to the core goals, both for your company, and then you might have different types of messaging. Brand awareness has a different goal than sales, or something like that. So, I want our analytics, offering to be like a market leader, and I think that the other features are, basically pedestrian. In context of the others. I mean, everybody's going to be able to integrate with every platform and post and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But actually measuring the impact of your effort,
Yep.
I think will change the market.
And I want it to make my life easier. So I want Pollen to be able to make my life easier as an
Yes.
influencer, as with my businesses. I
Yes.
want the platform to do some of the work for me. So that's where
So you're all in
time
on that.
saving, don't work harder, work smarter, just making sure. I think that
Yeah.
you can increase everything if you're, you get things
Yeah.
down to a science.
So what separates you from the others?
I think probably at its core is our approach, that we're looking at, we're all marketers. We all have to balance, brute forcing our effort with employees and things like that, and finding ways to organize things so we have visibility and we can tell when we're achieving a goal or not, that type of thing. And we're, I believe, all trying to build Pollen into something that would solve for those problems in our own lives, right? And if we are successful at that, we built a pretty remarkable tool for other people in this industry. Like to Barb's point about making things easier, I mean, if we're not a huge agency, we have around 30 people, but we have 6 people in social media, let's say. If I can help them deploy complex strategies because we can, ideate together and actually deploy those on a platform like Pollen, have the visibility that it was implemented with fidelity, and then measure the impact. That's a game changer, and there is no platform now that we're satisfied with. It's not a matter. I mean, Sprout Social, is probably the closest, but there's a lot of boxes they don't check.
Made for marketers, made by marketers.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
We'll take that, thanks.
I'm sure somebody on your team will use that.
I think the message I'd want to get across is every decision we make about features are the decisions that we would want to make for ourselves. We're going to use it.
Yeah.
So we're not deciding, let's not do that because it's, we can get away without doing it.
Right.
Which is, what some of the other platforms I feel do.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like you got some smart people on your team too. Other than yourselves, of course. How can we get a hold of you guys? If you want to, Glenn, is it LinkedIn the best for you?
Probably.
Yeah, and it's Glenn Harmon?
Yeah, Glenn Harmon, with 2 N's instead of the 1.
Glenn's with 2 N's?
Yeah.
Oh, somebody did a typo on your thing. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Or pinckneyharmon.com. My email address is glenn@pinckneyharmon.com. So
thank you. That's great. That's great. How do we get a hold of you, Barbara?
Well, you can find me on social media, Blushing Alpacas, or you can find me
Hold
on
on.
LinkedIn.
Blushing Alpacas is the... Well, thanks, Stephanie. So Stephanie's following you. I will here in a minute. Teacher's program.
I'm also on LinkedIn with Outside Center.
Why is the name real quick? We got to talk about the name.
So I hiked the Machu Picchu Trail a long time ago.
Okay.
My husband and I did the 4-day uphill battle, and
wow.
Once we got up there, there's just a bunch of alpacas up there, and I'm like, how are they living up here? How can they sit? And they're like on the edge of everything, just walking around. So I was like, oh, that's really cool. If they can do it, I can do it. And then the blushing is just female component of that. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fun.
Yeah, one of my travel things.
Sure, that makes sense.
I like the hiking. My husband liked the camping. I hated the camping. My husband liked the he hated the hiking. So
exactly. I made my wife watch Righteous Gemstones last night. She wasn't into it.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Well, now I'm into White Lotus, so that's another one.
I watched White Lotus too. It was it was really good. It was really good. Glenn and Barbara from you all have your own separate agencies, but it's really cool that you're coming together for Pollen.
Yep.
And really the greater good of marketing, right?
Yes.
In general. And in the southeast too, Charlotte and Savannah, Charleston.
Yep.
Really cool. We're big in Charlotte, by the way. I don't know if you know that yet, but the Charleston Marketing Podcast gets a lot of downloads from Charlotte.
Okay.
More than Charleston sometimes.
Yeah.
So top
here.
3 cities is Charlotte, Charleston, Mount Pleasant. Yeah. But we're happy to have you guys on the show.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming. Us. Yes. Folks, we're still here. I'm hungry, by the way. It's 11:50. And we are going to take a break, and I don't know who Gasser's on next. He's a part of Pollen as well too. Gasser's great. We've had Gasser on the podcast before. Shout out to Rachel, by the way.
Rachel's the best. We love Rachel.
Shout out to Rachel. She does a great job getting her word out there. Right? What does she do for you guys again?
Everything.
Yep.
Customer engagement,
Yep.
marketing.
Love the videos too. The videos are cool. Yep. Good work. Anyways, thanks to our sponsors, the Charleston American Marketing Association, the Charleston Media Solutions Studios, aka Charleston Radio Group, and Stanfield for the invitation. Stanfield Gray here at Dig South with the invitation. Shout out to, Stanfield is what? Stanfield's next. You get to meet Stanfield next. Okay. Thanks, Steph. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble hearing. Okay. So thanks, Charles. We'll see you guys later.
Thank you.
Really think. Good Cosmore. Cosmore and Larry.
I will. Okay.
For the film. We're rolling, boys?
We are rolling live from Dig South.
We're live at Dig South here.
We're keeping the
Charles-
energy going. This is like
that. I
our
like the
fourth or
applause.
fifth interview. This is fun.
Is it?
Oh yeah, we've been
Fourth or
having a-
fifth? I'm about back in cleanup, maybe?
No.
we
We're
got
here
it
all
until
day.
3:30.
We're here all day.
It's all about the content, baby.
That's
You
right.
know all about content.
I do
don't
know all
you,
about
Wes?
content, yes.
So we have Wes Lohman.
Yeah.
I already spelled your name wrong on my thing, but Wes
Loman.
Lohman. I added an L.
The salty
Why?
golfer.
Lolman.
Lolman. Yeah. I've been called worse.
So you've been called the salty golfer, right?
Yeah, we started the Salty Golfer back in 2019. We're a laid-back lifestyle golf brand.
I couldn't be any more
As
jealous.
in, like,
Go ahead, keep
golf
talking.
apparel?
Yeah, golf apparel, hats, T-shirts,
Oh my
polos.
gosh. Where's mine?
I
need
love
it.
it.
I need all of
Are
it.
you based here in
stickers.
Charleston?
I am in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Okay.
The golf capital of the world.
No
Yep.
kidding.
I actually live in Surfside, which is a little bit south of that.
Okay.
But
Really good food in Surfside. Too.
yes, yeah. So, yeah, man, we just kind of throw a party and golf gets in the way. That's kind of how we look at things.
So would you be considered like a good? But maybe...
Man, I'm too old to be a good.
Right.
Okay.
I'm right there with you.
I am for those people that, don't always make birdies, don't
Yeah.
always make pars.
Bogeys are
But you
hard.
want to look good.
Yeah,
doing
we
it.
want to look good doing it. And
Okay.
we have a slogan like, play fast because the ice is melting. Like the coolers.
I love that.
Yeah, we got to get back to the cooler.
I love
right?
that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Not the literal ice, because you wouldn't be golfing in Antarctica.
No, we're talking
You're
about the
icing
Because the
ice.
beers are going to get hot.
Yeah, the ice in the
I must
actual
drink them.
cooler.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's good. It's
just
our
to be
most
clear.
it's our most popular T-shirt.
So you have a beer too?
We do have a beer. It's called the Salty. It's a pineapple blonde.
Okay.
Oh, my
it's
favorite.
It's a 4.2. My wife's a pineapple
You can
blonde.
drink it.
Yeah, and we just wanted to make something super crushable. Like you're sitting on the beach all day.
Yeah.
You could drink 4 or 5 of them.
Do you have any on you right now?
I do not. I should
Where
have.
is this apparel? Is it,
Get
is it
off my
around
set,
somewhere?
Wes.
It is not around. Everything is the Salty Golfer.
My
So if you
husband
go-
wants me to leave with a shirt today.
the saltygolfer.com.
Okay.
You know what? If I had known I was coming on the
you're
pod,
fine.
I
You're
could have
fine.
totally
Next
leave.
time.
Get out.
Next time.
Yeah. Sorry, I apologize.
No, that's
So
amazing.
there's another golf influencer, Eric Lotto.
Maybe.
LOTTO or something like Lotto.
I'm not a golfer.
Dude's a badass.
I've golfed once and I did really well though.
But this whole
So you
golfing...
just ended it there?
well, I live in Dunes West.
Okay.
Do you know Dunes West?
I would love to know more about it.
Okay, you could come golf with me and my husband
Let's do
anytime.
it.
I played field hockey, so I feel like,
Yeah.
I got a little bit of a swing.
Sure.
I had a great time.
There's a lot of hockey players
Look
that
at
are
his
really
face.
good golfers.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. For
See?
sure. Golfers? Hockey players? Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It was a
Very,
good
very
time.
true story.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay.
Where
It
did
was
you
fun.
play field? Like high school, college?
I played in high school. Yeah.
Did you?
I was a forward. Yeah.
Are you from here?
I am not. I'm
Field
from
hockey.
No one's
Virginia.
from here.
No.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm
Same
from
way in
Virginia.
Myrtle Beach.
I'm
No
at
one's
least
from Myrtle
still
Beach.
like the South, so I'm from Virginia.
Sure, yeah.
Play
Right,
field
listen up.
hockey. It was fun.
Good for you.
But we live in Dunes West. It's a really great golf community.
You know what?
That's my favorite course in Mount Pleasant, by
It
the way.
is?
Dunes West.
I would
Shout out to
love.
Dunes West.
I've never been there. Heard so many good things
Oh,
about
good.
it.
We'll take you.
No,
Yeah,
we'll go.
I would
we'll
absolutely
go. We'll do
love
a
that.
foursome.
Yeah, we'll do a
me,
foursome. That'd be fun.
You, Matt, and
Great
then
little
you can hold a camera or
Have some
something.
fun.
Yep.
Wait, so are you
Play
bringing-
fast.
So the whole golfing influencer thing, I'm just jealous that I didn't start
Yeah.
my own years
Yeah.
ago, right?
Yeah.
Because I've golfed since I was 14. I love
Sure.
it. I love golf. I not good by any
Yeah.
means. So right. So
That's the common misconception you get with the Salty Golfer, because we host groups all year long too. Like,
okay.
Okay.
Talk
we're
about
out
it.
there playing with you. Like that's kind of
Okay.
what separates us.
Who's
too.
we,
Like,
bud? Who's we,
like
Wes?
people that slide in the DMs, like, hey, coming down here in Myrtle Beach, we've only got.
Slide into the
He's
DMs.
my brother. This is my brother from another
Right.
mother here,
Right.
Wes.
It's like, hey, we've only got 3 or we've only got 7. We need one more to create the.
Right.
I'll do it with you.
No
I
kidding.
don't give a shit. Let's go
Are you
play.
bringing cameras? Like, what are you
Yeah,
bringing with
so-
you? Like, do you have a crew that comes with you?
I do have. We don't call. We just call them friends. They're not necessarily a crew, but there's friends.
These are my friends too.
Yeah.
we have
So,
friends.
so what we've done with the Salty Golfer is we give feedback of how the courses are in real time, right?
Okay.
Because we have 86 golf courses on the Grand Strand in a 60-mile stretch. So we're out there playing them, giving them real time, like, hey, this course is in great shape. And we get a lot of DMs, a lot of emails like, hey, we're coming down in blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Where should we play,
Yeah.
right? Like, are they aerating the greens this week?
Right.
Da, da, da. So it's kind of like a...
It's an important question, Steph. I don't know if you know that, but if they're aerating the greens when you're
Right.
down there and you paid,
Yeah, it
sometimes
sucks.
full price.
But they don't
and you
tell
got,
you ahead of time?
Well,
So-
sometimes, not
It's
all
out
the
there.
time,
That seems
but
a
like
you have to know where to find that information.
Right.
You
And
go
or
to Salty
sometimes
Golfer.
they might have to do it early because there's been too much sun or not enough
Right, right,
rain or all kinds of stuff. So we're giving these people
The inside scoop.
the
in a
inside
sense.
scoop,
Yeah.
and then we're creating content with head pros, GMs.
Are you getting some brands?
Yeah.
Nice. You got like Callaway and like Ping.
Oh, no,
and,
I'm
like,
on staff with Strixon.
Okay.
So am I.
Are you really?
No.
Well,
I'm
we'll
not.
work
I'm
on
not.
that.
That's really cool, though.
Yeah.
I'd like to manifest something like
Yeah,
that.
we can figure something
Now,
out.
are
So
you
you're on
wearing like the
staff.
really cool, like you look snazzy today. Are you wearing like the cool golf pants that are?
No.
Okay. I bought some of that for my husband.
And listen,
and
if
they're
you
cute.
wear a white belt around me, I'm going to give it to you.
If you wear a
white belt,
that screams. I
don't-
have no idea what I'm
I got a
doing,
black
right?
belt on.
good. You're in good company. Like, don't wear a white belt
Okay.
unless you can shoot under par, or your waist size is below a 32. Don't be putting a white belt on.
Got it.
Do
Okay.
you have a lineup, Delaney? Are these people lined up waiting for us?
They are. We
I
are.
hope so.
We are
Wes,
popular.
I could talk to you all freaking
They
day.
could be
that's
lined
my
up
point.
to see me.
They could be.
Maybe.
I feel like I've met a celebrity today.
Oh,
You're gonna
stop.
come golf with me and Mike.
We're gonna do
and
it.
Matthew,
Gasser said
and
that he
Dude's
does
Wife.
the most content out of anybody in this whole like building. Like,
Look at you.
I don't know if that's true. There's
Well, you
no.
have a big personality, a big aura about
Yeah,
you.
I
it's-
wanna
so
watch it right now.
My mom was in the music business. My dad's a preacher. We kind of mushed all that together.
The best of
And-
all the worlds.
Yeah, and we had a lot of fun. Yeah.
Awesome.
Salty.
All right, so the Salty
how
Golfer.
do we find you?
Everything is the Salty Golfer. If you Google the Salty Golfer, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram,
I get a hat.
dude, we'll
I'm
hook you up,
envisioning
man.
like a boat being branded going down the street that says Salty Golfer.
We have one.
Salty
You do
Golfer.
have
We have a
one.
1972 VW bus too.
Fun.
Yeah.
Do you really?
And it just
Oh, I
we
love
do
you.
pop-up shops with
That's
it. and
amazing.
So you're gonna come up to Mount Pleasant?
I want to, man. We got to make it
What's
happen.
happening?
I will DM
Post
you
show.
my
Other than the cost of the
information
golf
after.
Slide into the
I will
DMs.
slide into the DMs, and
Wait,
we
wait.
will all go golfing.
And you know what? My wife's real cool about that. She understands it.
I have also a cool husband. who
Yeah,
will be
they
coming with
understand
us.
You got a cool wife.
Yeah.
And you have a cool wife too. Shout out to all the
Wait,
spouses.
so do you get deals? You're gonna go call golf courses up and say, "Hey,
I don't know the last time I paid for golf.
Do you go to
For heaven's
Kiowa?
sakes, you gotta leave.
So great
we're
story about
done here.
Kiowa. Our beer just
Yeah.
got into Kiowa
Nice.
and the Sanctuary.
I love the sanctuary.
Yeah, so I'm super stoked about that.
That's,
Yeah.
that's a big get.
I'll bring
Yeah.
I'll bring a case of beer down. We'll go
Okay.
party.
Well, we got Dunes West, we got Charleston National, we got Rivertown.
Rivertown.
Patriots Points, man.
Patriots Point.
Not good. Okay.
No,
Right?
I've been corrected.
It's got
The
potential.
potential
Got it.
is amazing, right on the
The
water.
views are beautiful, right?
Oh, but they just
The views are better than the
don't
course.
take
No
care
offense,
of
What do you
Patriot
think is the
Point.
best course in
cart pass.
Charleston?
Charleston?
oh.
I haven't played enough of them.
Oh, good. Well, we're
Well,
going to
there we
correct
go.
that.
I cannot.
I did play the World of Golf at Myrtle.
Yeah,
one time.
World Tour.
That's it, World Tour.
Yeah.
Where they have each golf hole
Is inspired. They say don't say copy.
Is this like a Hard
inspired.
Rock restaurant? I'm imagining the world of golf to be like a Hard Rock restaurant.
Well, it's inspired by actual courses.
Yeah.
all across.
Each
the
hole
world.
that's
is
neat.
different. Yeah.
Like Augusta,
obviously.
like the Masters. There's
Yeah,
3
yeah.
holes.
Yeah.
Like Amen Corner, they have Amen Corner
Yeah.
from
Nice.
Augusta
Yeah.
out there.
Or
I was out there. I filmed content with a crew last week out there.
Okay.
We had a good time.
Nice.
So we're working on something right now. This is great.
What do you got? What do you got?
Yeah. So you have all of these different channels on Facebook and Instagram,
Yeah.
and it's reviews, right?
Right.
People go in and they review these golf courses.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do an 8-episode series, and we're going in and debunking all of these crazy reviews people are leaving.
Debunking the bad reviews.
Yeah.
I
Stop
love
it,
that.
Wes.
You know how hard it is to get bad reviews taken down?
Yeah. So
Brutal. Good
there
for you.
was one review that said that this golf course was built backwards because the sun is in your eyes on the back 9. I was like, all right, well, we got to go. We got to
That's
go.
Yeah,
That's
debunking
comical.
that one.
Yeah. So
That's a fun nugget.
amazing.
There you
yeah.
go.
Well, thank you guys for
Oh,
having me.
You're awesome.
congratulations.
We love
yeah,
meeting
for sure,
you.
for sure, for sure.
I'm serious. We got to make the thing
We're
out.
going to make it happen.
Okay.
I'm,
So we
I'm
got
going to
Wes.
DM you. Yes.
She's gonna DM you.
Yeah.
She's not
I
afraid
love
to
it.
slide in your
I
DMs.
am not afraid of that.
I use slide in my DMs too. That's what we were laughing
Yeah,
about.
great.
Like, yeah,
Yes,
Perfect.
Make it creepy, right?
We're going to all go golfing. I love it.
Make it weird. So Wes Lohman, Salty Golfer,
Yep.
here live at Dig South. We've
Yes.
got some more guests right behind Wes. What a lovely time.
This is a,
Wes.
this is a
Man,
blast.
I feel like we could have done this a lot longer.
We could have talked a lot
I wanna
longer. We got
upset
And then
to
we'll
keep
be
it
in
to
the
like 20
perfect
minutes.
world.
Yeah.
You're awesome.
Nice meeting
Actually,
you.
I'm a hugger.
Oh, she's a hugger.
Oh,
Yep,
so
there you go.
nice to meet you.
Us boys from the South are huggers.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm married to a Southern boy.
SaltyGolfer.com.
Yeah, saltygolfer.com. Check it out.
Awesome.
Check it out, folks.
All right, cool.
We'll see you in the next episode. All right, rock and roll.
It used to be Apex Broadcasting.
Okay.
And so that's who we are. That was that. But yeah, we used to stay top floor.
Yeah.
So if you guys were in one of those top offices, those were one of our
That's
offices.
amazing.
So, small world, man.
That's such a small world.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Paul O'Malley and that team over there offered to sponsor
Our
studio
podcast.
time
Yeah.
for the Charleston
Unbelievable.
Marketing Podcast, which
2
is
years
what we're
in
doing
now.
here.
We have a great
We've been doing it
relationship.
for like
with
2.5
them.
years.
That's
now.
amazing.
Yeah.
We've
Very
had
cool.
Gasser on.
Yeah.
Check it
Yeah.
out. We've got
Yeah.
we've got a lot
I
of great
will.
players.
Yeah.
Ernest
Yeah.
Angradi of the Charleston Tech Corridor.
Oh, right. Okay.
A few bunch of So
had a lot of people.
we like to talk marketing, and so here
Yeah.
we are. Hey,
So
folks.
here we are. We're live from Dig South.
We're with Chris Clark of Digital Ignite, an old friend of ours.
Yeah.
We met years ago when I
I'm
literally
meeting him
down
for the
here.
first
Yes.
time,
Nice
so this
to
is
meet
very
you.
exciting.
Stephanie's
Nice
meeting
to
for the
meet you.
first
Nice
time.
to meet you.
Digital Ignite. Can we talk about that real quick?
Yeah.
Chris?
Yeah.
That's
So-
your time to talk
This is
there,
your
Chris.
time.
Is it-
Well, no, I was
time
like,
to shine.
God,
No
it's such a
pressure.
loaded. No. I mean, in a nutshell, just to say, kind of, Digital Ignite is modern marketing powered by data.
Yep.
We have been doing this for almost a decade, and in that time, just how marketing has drastically changed. As
Tell
we
me
were
about
just
it.
talking about, like
Yeah.
the company used to be owned by a radio conglomerate, and
Yeah.
at that time, we were the
Super
redheaded
interesting.
stepchild of those radio clients because
Yeah.
they would sell their radio packages and they go, oh, by the way, we have a digital company.
Uh-huh.
And so we had to literally learn and be able to kind of embrace ourselves in this space.
Yeah.
And that was one of the biggest, I think, differentiators between ourselves and a lot of people within the market was really looking at how it was being sold 10 years ago and then trying to kind of break through that wall of what is the next like innovative thing, and that just happened to be programmatic advertising.
Yes.
Sure does.
So for us, it really opened the door to just being like, we don't need to be set on just Google or Facebook or whatever. There's the whole open internet. And with this whole just world of data, it's now not a buzzword, it's everything.
It is what's
you know?
driving marketing now,
Yeah,
which
so
is great.
we, as a company, started and we kind of just again saw how digital in its infancy was being sold, and really embraced it. Really brought into brought programmatic advertising into our world, and what that did was ultimately at the time cut out all the middlemen, which were outsourcing marketing, because not a lot of folks around here in the region were doing it in-house. They were sending it to large agencies in
Yep.
New York, LA, or DC.
Yep.
And so we became that kind of like digital buyer for a lot of agencies here. So a lot of renowned like South Carolina agencies, and that's how we grew as partnerships,
That's
and
it.
so from there, we've just really evolved into, again, where you would think marketing is now, and it's just where you're consuming media every day.
Yes.
And so what we do is tastefully work with our brands to identify per KPIs how to find those people across those channels and serve them the right creative at the right time.
Yep.
And I think the biggest evolution too on top of that is at the beginning it was all about impressions and viewability and all of that, but then companies were like, what are you doing for me? What does
Yeah.
that mean?
What's the ROI on
Right.
that? It's
So-
hard. It's hard to quantitate ROI sometimes with branding pieces.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And especially with, it's still a new space, and you talk about radio and all of that, it's so hard to kind of translate that back in the day, other than Nielsen
Yes.
ratings and stuff
Yeah.
like that, or just traffic. But
Yep.
we really have embraced being able to understand what a client's KPI is, and most of the times now it's some conversion element. Are we selling tickets? Are we selling pots and pans for Le Creuset? Trips for tour and travel? And so we have to look at that strategy and those goals and kind of work backwards to be able to understand, what is your goal? Is it 5 to 1 or is it $600,000 and something? So to be able to really come back and provide a full scope of work, sometimes it might be a sticker shock to them, but it's really like, when in time have you been able to show and forecast that type of marketing?
Right.
So
Yeah.
data, and then just nerding out on what's popping up next. So yeah, that's
AI
Digital
is-
Ignite.
Yeah, it's crazy to me when I work with clients thinking about quantifying and looking at ROI, because a lot of things go in the branding bucket, right?
Yep.
The billboards, the Carta buses, the radio, it all goes in the branding bucket. And getting clients and everyone to buy in to the fact that this is a branding piece, but it can be followed up with real data to show that
Absolutely.
it's working, and you can change your budget accordingly. But so it's a very neat perspective that you're offering.
No, it definitely is a great way is for us to just, again, to that point, like we work with a lot of baseball teams. So we have about 45 different minor league baseball clubs, varying from single A to triple A.
Okay.
And with that, it's
That's cool.
a traditional element is still very massive in local
Right.
minor league sports, which is definitely important because the community is your driver, but you think of how that community and yourselves streams or watches things or takes in information.
Yeah.
And so now we have tangible results to show as people click our ads and buy tickets, we show them that revenue dollar.
Yep.
And then at the end of the year, we can go back and go, what did Comcast or the, nothing against Comcast, it's a great company, but what did the traditional TV radio elements do for you? Because there's not really a number to be able to pull from in a way.
Sure.
So then you can go back and say, hey, let's effectively, if we're doing 4-to-1 on our ROAS here, pour more money in from those traditional channels.
Yep.
So, and that's been kind of the
What is
evolution.
your
of
ideal
this.
customer?
It's really changed. I think now, we've really evolved from understanding the type of revenue that goes in to make these things work.
Right.
Because going back to earlier about like when we were owned with the radio station, some of these clients would come to us and go, hey, I have $500 to run a digital campaign. And that, you'd be better at putting a guy on the side of the street with a spinny sign to draw attention.
Yeah, you can spend that on a Facebook ad.
Exactly,
Right.
yeah. And so I think, being able to identify the, right type of brand and client has been important for us. We really dove into the agency partnerships early on, which is great. Then that led into, I think, a lot of startups, which are great, but also
They might not have the budget.
Exactly,
for
after
you.
a while,
Yeah.
And so once we kind of proved our worth, our case studies, and grew really locally and regionally, we started just through those agency partnerships, like getting intro to a Harris Teeter or Hoover Vacuum Cleaners or Le Creuset. And so now we really look at it as the future of DI. We're really into 3 to 4 core verticals: sports and entertainment, tour and travel, hospitality, as well as e-commerce. And so
basically all the fun things.
exactly, that's where it's like, for us, we want to be passionate about what we do. We're having fun with what we do, but now we need to work with what we've built over the last 10 years. And again, any company that's starting up or has grown, they're in this situation. It's like, build off what you know in those case studies. And I think we have the case studies and team to go to any of these really, really large professional sports teams, e-commerce brands, or we work with Love Travel Stop, so that's a national gas station chain, to go to any of those and say, hey, let us sit down and see how you were doing marketing in the past. So long story short, I think for us it's more of these, not legacy brands, but clients that are able to spend at least $25,000 plus a month in marketing, because you have a multi-channel experience that way. You're not just locked into one thing.
Yep.
Now, are you utilizing like OTT?
Oh yes, yeah. No, I think no. So I was just going to say, to that point, I think for us, one of the things that I love about our agency, and I hope this comes off from like, it's washed off on my employees over the years, is like, I'm so ADHD, so I'm just like looking at what's next. And I think for us to be able to be a leader in this space, and if we want to be a leader in this space, we have to say yes and try things. COVID made OTT explode. And so tour and travel was a pretty big client of ours during that time period. They had to cut back massively, obviously, because nobody's traveling. But when it came back, full-fledged, the way that the inventory that was outside, like companies even just, changing to digital screens and signage. You go to a major market, it's everywhere, transit stations, benches. But I think from an OTT standpoint, just from that digital side, it's become one of those really cool activations from a brand side of things. And it's relatively cost effective now versus buying a direct static billboard. So,
Hey, what brings you to Dig South?
I just love Stanfield Gray so much. No, same. I actually I've been attending Dig now for almost 8 years, and the first couple times coming, you get to see like Gary Vee, and I believe there was like the Bonobos and Jet folks that were here.
Oh, cool.
And just what Stan has done to bring this to Charleston. Like, I moved here for inspiration and to be able to change my life. I came from a small town, and like I did that. It was like New York or Charleston. And so to come here, be here 15 years,
that?
to
New York
see
and Charleston?
in Charleston, baby, all day. And I think you see the community, and Stan's been such a big part of why the tech scene has grown. And there's so many other great people in this space too, in the digital tech corridor and all those folks. But
Harbor Entrepreneur Center.
Yeah, everybody, name it.
SCRA.
All of them. This community is so incredible when it comes to the marketing side and the tech side. And so just seeing what he's done to evolve this into this is something that we as a company, we actually have worked with Dig for the last 3 years on website builds and a couple of their other apps and stuff. And so it's sponsored as well. well.
Awesome, thank you.
So it's been, an incredible relationship. We get to sit down and again, reconnect with you. I haven't seen you in a while. And same with I saw JT over there from Augie, Jake right here. So I mean, it's
Jake's the best.
yes, no, and this kid's got so much hustle and he's going to do so many cool things.
He brought the heat too. Cos Films brought all the production.
Oh
and
my
then
gosh,
Larry
man.
Monteith brought all the audio.
Love
and
it.
some other,
No, this is so cool.
It's a nice little
Very
collaboration.
collaboration.
No, that's the community here,
the
and I think
spirit.
if people lose that here and you get your ego, you're gonna rub people wrong, and we're in a small town, and so I think the partnership level of what Stan can bring is so important. I mean, look at what these people are doing. There's half these people.
There's a lot happening.
Demos going on. I mean, so this is cool, and I love that it's changed locations, but this location this seems really awesome. So much space.
This is my
to
first
do.
time. So.
Oh yeah, okay.
Simultaneously, lots of sessions are going on. People are having lunch, and then we're doing the live podcast all day.
I mean,
until
there's
3:30.
there's podcast sessions all over too, which is so cool
Yeah,
to
we're not
see.
doing podcasts, which I was like,
We are the only podcast that.
It's good. Yeah, I'm actually
this
going to be
second.
Steph, the dude over there.
Yeah.
Build Better said that he wanted one of us on his podcast.
Great. Then we will go do
collaboration.
that.
Oh, JT White is amazing.
Yes,
Go
JT.
talk to him.
Yeah.
Level
Augie
Up Video
Studios.
is downstairs, and they're doing AI video. Which
So,
is fun.
Nice.
all right,
Yeah.
that actually, I went and got tested on the AI clone video. Have you
Okay.
heard of what they're doing there?
No,
So have you
it's
seen
cool.
have you seen Stan's videos on LinkedIn this week?
Yes.
Yes.
That is a clone of Stan. That is
Yes.
not him. So that
yeah.
is what they're doing down there, and
Yeah.
it is it's scary, it's wild, but it's one of those things to me that ChatGPT and AI and all this stuff
Yeah.
felt that way a couple years ago, and it's that is terrifying that it can clone you or film you for 6 minutes, and then after a couple more further prompts, literally start
Yes.
telling it's you.
Yeah.
It's great
Yeah.
for people who are not comfortable in front of the camera.
That's what he. I mean, I understand.
Yeah.
Or
I
training
have
purposes.
clients that would be perfect for.
Yeah. Or if you're
It's like,
scaling.
I don't wanna do, or they don't have time to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Don't
George
like it or
sent
don't
me
have
one a
time?
couple weeks ago.
Okay.
Kind of before a status. He's like, a pep talk, and he sent it to the team.
Yeah.
You met George.
Yeah.
My business partner. He's in Tampa right now, but he sent us one. And it was funny. It was cool. It
Was
looked
it
real,
you?
but it was a lot of. No, it was him.
Oh, okay.
But a lot of eyebrows
That's
going up
the
and down,
thing.
and
Oh,
you
that's
could tell
So
who
they're
it's
like
AI
really
or
trying
not.
to humanize the person, but going over the top. Okay.
Yeah, and they make you do different things, right? Like,
I'm
they
still
make you
gonna
do
go
different
downstairs and
facial
give it a
expressions.
shot.
He was very adamant when we were doing. He's like, make sure you stare directly in the camera because if you look away, it picks up those things. And Stan even told me this. He
A
said,
lot of pressure.
Interesting.
exactly. Yes,
lot
it
of
is.
pressure.
While you're 6 straight
I'm
minutes,
gonna be
you
like,
have to do it.
I'm very
6
active.
straight minutes.
Six straight minutes into
What?
the screen. That's
I
what
have
it
a
is.
That'd be
diagnosed
tough.
ADD.
I
wouldn't
can
be able to do
talk,
That'd
so
be
I can
tough.
do that, but I use my hands and all that, and so
Me
he's like,
too.
you can't do that. Stan, his southern dialect did not get picked up in the first one, so he said
okay.
he sounded Canadian in his first video. So
That's
that's
awesome.
again, this is
I'm
where
gonna give it a shot though. That'd
yeah.
be fun.
So, but
That's
yeah.
cool.
Chris, how do we get a hold of you, bud?
Well, I am. I'm on LinkedIn. That's about it. I don't have any other
Chris
social media
Clark.
channels. So you can
Yeah.
find me at, Chris Clark Digital Ignite on LinkedIn, and
Okay.
then follow our social accounts. So digital_ignite, digital-ignite.com, and just check out some of the case studies we're doing and the work.
Doing big things, man. I love
Yeah,
how you got
thank you.
your name on the building. That's
Oh,
pretty cool there in
that's,
Hampton Park.
Thank you to Frank, our landlord, for being able to do that. And then now, again, Switchyard being there, it's so cool to.
Yeah.
That building used to be Boomtown and all these things,
Oh,
so it's
okay, I
had a
didn't
lot
know
of
that.
good juju. So it's
good.
nice that
we're part of Switchyard. Roombo's
Mike
part
is
of
gonna
Switchyard
invite me to
now.
have lunch there with him.
So
there.
we'll do
We'll
something
collab
there.
We should
there.
actually all have
We'll
some
have
lunch.
our podcast
Love
there.
it.
Good, yes.
Absolutely.
All right.
Cool.
All right,
Awesome. Well,
folks.
thank you for
Guys,
being here.
thank
Thanks,
you all.
Chris.
Appreciate it,
Nice to
guys.
meet you.
Appreciate your time, buddy.
I'll
Doing
see
big
you
things,
around.
bud.
Sure.
Let me do a quick exit here, Chris. Hold on a second. Because every episode's
Yes.
gonna be a standalone.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Whatever, man.
We're very relaxed.
We're
here.
here at the Charleston Marketing Podcast. Just got
Yeah.
done talking to Chris Clark of Digital Ignite. We're live at Dig South. I'd like to
Yes.
thank our sponsors, the Charleston American Marketing Association, the Charleston Media Solutions, Larry Monteith, Cos Films.
Cos Films.
What's up to Delaney?
Delaney. Jerry feels good for the beats.
The beats.
The beats.
I love
And
that.
thank you, Stephanie.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm so happy to be here.
We're gonna take a break here, but we'll be back in shortly. I don't know.
We got
Peace out.
someone lined up, so we're coming right back.
Stanfield Gray's coming on soon.
That's right.
Y'all are
All right, thanks,
it.
Chris.
need to get lunch soon.
I know, I'm starving.
I'm gonna-
Did I say that right?
Yep.
What's your business again?
Cog Bias AI.
What?
Cog Bias AI.
It's on a shirt.
Where's his card? Cog Bias. Oh, this is cool. Okay.
Okay.
We're probably the weirdest business here.
Okay, I'm excited. Let's talk about it.
You guys ready? And we're rolling. All right, cool. Anatoly. Well, hold on. We got to start this over. Hey, folks. Welcome to the Charleston Marketing Podcast. My name is Mike Compton, president
I'm
of
Stephanie
Roombo.
Barrow.
This is Stephanie Barrow. She owns Stephanie Barrow Consulting. We are at Dig South.
Yes.
Doing
College
a
of
live
Charleston.
stream at Dig South, the Simmons Art Center, which is
Yep.
really cool.
It is.
We are here speaking to Anatoly Shulman of Cog Bias AI. He just said that he's the weirdest AI, weirdest digital
The weirdest business
tech
here is what
company
he
here
said.
at Dig South.
Yeah.
Why is that, Anatoly? Say hello to our folks, will you?
Hey everybody. Well, I'm Anatoly Shulman. I'm co-founder of Cog Bias AI. Why are we weird?
Yeah, let's talk about
We're
the weird.
trying to solve failure, which is
well, you follow me around daily. Like I fail all the time.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, right, failure is part of our lives. And if
Yeah.
you think about on the business side of it, we literally just observe things crash and burn all the time, and people always wonder why. But every single time we've seen it, you would want to think it maybe it's bad technology, bad design, bad programming. It's almost never that. It always has to do with one basic thing. At the earliest phase, you started asking questions. And you did your customer discovery, your prospect research, whatever.
Yeah.
And then you got a bunch of answers, and you made decisions based on those answers. As humans, though, we're very much biased. We love to ask people questions that we want the right answers for.
Right.
It's the equivalent of asking people if you look fat in your jeans. They'll only give you one answer.
What's the answer?
Oh, depends. Do you want to sleep on the couch, or do you want to sleep in the bed?
There you go.
So, because of that, these questions then come back, and you make decisions based on, oh, everybody loves the product, great, we're going to build it, and you see waste happen all the time. You see failure. I've seen it a million times in corporate. In my previous roles, I've seen one of the companies I worked for blow through 20 million over 3 years, building a project that was canceled a month before its launch.
Wow.
Because every question was because most of the market research questions that were being asked were so obvious that there was only one answer for, that any other answer would be an anomaly. So shockingly, there was a 98% approval. Yet with our customers, went out to their customers and asked the question, would you be willing to pay $20 for this? Less than 4% of the prospects said yes.
Okay.
And that's the key. And so how do we do it, right? I guess that's the bigger question. So cognitive bias rules us, and that's a fault of ours. And there's a lot of books out there.
Okay.
Daniel Kahneman wrote a very famous one called Thinking Fast and Slow. A lot of marketers have used it. There's also the MOM test, which is a very popular book with marketers.
Okay.
What they focus on is behavioral economics. The idea that we can eliminate the harmful cognitive biases from our questions and the things we say that will help us get to our objective faster and more effectively. So we developed a platform with that in mind. Our AI platform allows you to put your questions in that you're going to be asking in surveys, customer discovery, market research, anything, and our system will analyze them, detect and identify the cognitive biases that may be harmful to your objectives, and then rewrite them to be more effective.
Wow.
The same also applies to our email platform, which was one of our tools. And what we found is we're in beta right now. We have 400 users. We always kind of wonder, what are we truly selling people? And for a long period of time, we didn't have a good answer. Then we started realizing what it was. Well, we can give you quantitative numbers. Like one of our customers has reduced her voice of customer research time by 45%, because previously she would have to run several rounds of the same questions because she wasn't certain that she was getting clear responses.
Okay.
Whereas with ours, she went from 15 weeks to 9 weeks. She said, now I actually spend the time on digging into the insights instead of figuring out that I asked the right question. But what was more interesting is we started asking a lot of our users, and the biggest thing he said, I feel more confident that what I'm putting out there is exactly what I meant to put out there.
Yes.
Okay. So when I come on as a new client, walk me through the process of getting through the developmental stage to getting the algorithms and the strategic design and all the things.
It's funny. It's extremely easy.
Okay.
We made it so what our users really do is right now it's a standalone platform, but pretty soon it's going to be living in a lot of your favorite platforms.
Oh.
Because ultimately our business model is similar to a Grammarly. We'll have the extensions and plugins and the Qualtrics, et cetera, of the world.
That's what I was envisioning, but I just wanted to be sure I was
We're
correct.
standalone right now, but only because it was far simpler to build a standalone platform to prove the point.
And what's interesting is we don't rely on LLMs. We're not ChatGPT. We're not. Why? Because you can't trust it. ChatGPT accuracy for cognitive bias is somewhere between 35 and 50%.
I know.
Our accuracy is about 98%. We built our own model. Our chief science officer is a professor of psychology, and we have a brilliant team of really smart people who actually developed our first model by hand. That means we hand labeled over 8,700 questions. And why did we do that? It's not scalable, right? It's a terrible idea to do in general, but it's a great idea to do when you're trying to figure out what are the mistakes that AI would make when they label your data. Because that way we could identify, here's what the latest learning on science says is a cognitive bias for this, and for this, and for this. So now when we program an AI model to start labeling for us, it's going to operate based on the latest learnings of science and not on the maelstrom of data that you see in LLMs. Because literally what's happening is we have data poisoning happening in LLMs. Okay. Why do you have so much hallucination, or BS really is the proper term? Because it has to drink from a fire hose the whole time, even though you're asking one narrow little thing. It has to look through all of its data.
How many developers do you have working on this project?
Funny enough, not a whole lot.
Okay.
We have 3 founders, and we developed the core platform. And then we have now a team of 5, funny enough, students. Why do we have students? Because it's amazing how brilliant they are.
Yes.
And as a bootstrapped company, we wanted to really take our money further. And they've developed our platform. They've developed our UX, UI. They frankly, I always like to say I'm the dumbest person on the team, and I love that. I'm not a developer. I just understand that there was a problem that needs to be solved. My CTO, my CSO, brilliant people. And then we just have this amazing team of, I like to say, really crazy individuals who don't get bounded by rules. And that's really the best way to work through things.
That's good leadership right there.
Yeah.
Nice.
Now, are you based out of Charleston?
No, we're in Atlanta, and that's why. But I love Charleston. I have a lot of friends here, and I've been here maybe 8 times, and I love it. It's one of the most beautiful cities in the world.
Is this your first time at Dig South?
Yes.
Okay.
And I always heard about it, and every single time somebody else would come up, and then all of a sudden I get this random email that says, "Oh, we selected you to pitch."
Hey.
Oh, there you go.
So
and I was like, "Oh, I loved it. I think it's fun." People, a lot of people are worried about the whole idea of 4 minutes.
Yeah.
I love less time because less time allows you not to say too many things.
Yeah.
If your stuff is interesting, people will want to ask you the questions afterwards.
That is true. That is a true statement.
True. So you did well. You felt like it was well received.
I felt confident with it. I felt that it was well received.
What was your pitch? Cliff notes.
Really, Cliff Notes. We just talked about the aspects that we talked about. The fact that failure, number one cause of failure is cognitive bias. If you ever think about every company that fails, every product that fails, there's only one thing: it's no market need. It's not because somebody did bad code. You can fix bad code. You cannot fix the fact that the customer doesn't want you.
Yeah.
That means you made a mistake somewhere along the way. We talked about how we solve things. We talked about the fact that we not only just detect, we give you the solution. We also talked about something I haven't even mentioned yet. Obviously, we all know about the explosion of AI agents.
Yes.
In marketing, etc., everybody's spinning up AI agents. They're all based on the same LLMs.
Right.
And the funny part about them, those are the same biased LLMs that everybody complains about. Well, we have one tool we just released literally 2 days ago, allows us to audit every conversation an AI agent has to figure out where it's biased, where it's going off the script versus what your prompts are, and give you recommendations to solve it.
So is your goal to sell this to like big companies like
What's
Amazon?
The future of
What's the
bias?
future?
First of all, we want to be invisible, honestly.
Oh, okay.
We want to live inside of other platforms.
That's what I'm saying. You want to like be bought by Amazon and have the chatbots and the.
I don't necessarily know if we want to be bought so much as we want to be integrated into everything.
Sure. Okay. Understood.
So for us right now, we're working on our first integration. That's Slack. We're also going to go.
I love Slack.
Yep, and we're going. And believe it or not, funny enough, a lot of marketing research, question development, user research is done in Slack. And so that was one of our big pieces. We're also looking at Qualtrics, and we're looking at the email platforms, Outlook and Gmail, as the 2 leading ones. With the idea being the same. Ultimately, where this is expanding out to is people want to be more effective in their communication. And how do we do that? That's where we're kind of heading. We're building the foundational elements of context for the entire communications and AI ecosystem. Our AI agent tool now that we released is a pretext to what we're doing next, which is building, better way to say it, a full plugin for every AI agent that would have their output validated by our system before it goes out into the world.
You have some big lofty goals. I'm impressed, man.
But why aim small? Life is
No, I
short,
love it.
and if I'm gonna flame out, I'm gonna flame out doing my best. I think that's the ultimate goal.
Yes.
How long have you been involved in this company?
2 years.
2 years, okay.
But I've seen the experience. Like I always say to people, like I saw so much weird stuff that I didn't understand until I started understanding cognitive bias. And I was like, holy crap, this is what that means.
Yeah.
Because the whole time I was thinking, why is that question so weird? Why is this happening? Why is that happening?
Yeah.
And there's very few explanations. And then you start understanding, well, this is why. Because as humans, we are what we are. We're emotional creatures. We make decisions of how we get dressed in the morning, to how we want to be perceived, and all those other things. The same applies to how we want to be perceived when we're doing customer discovery, market research surveys. We put all that stuff out there. We send emails pitching our product or answering a customer question. Or communicate with somebody via chat or on the phone or via Zoom. And all of that stuff is somewhere in the back of our minds is like, how are they perceiving me? Right. How are they perceiving what it is I'm telling them? Right. And as much as we want to say we all speak the same language, what we say out of our mouths is not what you hear. You interpret what you hear.
That's a good point.
We are definitely molded by our experiences. The way
Almost
that makes
always.
things. Half the time when I go out to a good restaurant, Matthew's like, you like coming here because, you had a good night here that one time.
Yep.
It's the emotional attachment to it.
Sounds brilliant.
I'm very excited for you. That's a very cool venture.
So, when do you know if you get back to your pitch? Like, what was the pitch for? Did you pitch for like money?
Well,
like
so today, here's what I understand. Today, when we were pitching, and the top 3 will get to do a pitch off.
Okay.
And then after that, I think the winner will get a chance to go on to the World Cup, where there's a potential for $1 million investment.
Hey!
But I'm not worried so much about that. I really, like I said, my main goal here was not necessarily for investment, but to really spread the gospel.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, we all know it exists, we all know it's an issue, but very few companies and people out there know that there's a solution. Right now, they perceive solutions being like, the Grammarly's of the world, etc., that do sentiment and tone analysis. Sentiment does not consider sarcasm, right?
Sure.
Okay.
A good story I have is a VP of a bank was talking to me, and one of their chatbots that they use in their mobile apps, a conversation got passed on to him because the person really got upset about it, the customer. And the reason why is because this customer had a funeral fund for the family, out of which they pay all funeral expenses. And this customer went online and said, I had a death in the family, and we have to wire money to Brazil because that's where the funeral is going to be happening.
Okay.
The bot's response was, "That's great to hear. I can help you with that." And the tone deafness of LLMs and that particular element, they can't pick up.
Yeah.
They can't. It's just not an element for them. If they're programmed to be positive, they're overly positive.
Sure.
And being able to regulate on that, being able to scan that, if we're considering that the future of technology, the future of our industry and everything we're doing is going to have some kind of an AI element in it, no matter what it is, we have to have a way to at least control for the biases. And that's what we're after.
Nice. Good work, man. That's
Thank
a great product. Keep spreading the gospel for sure.
How can everyone learn more about your business?
Yeah.
Visit cogbias.ai and feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn.
Yeah, slide into his DMs.
Shulman.
I did. I slid into his DMs.
And I'm happy to go. The cool part is reach out to me. I can give you a free code so you can try it for free. It's fun.
That's awesome. I'll do that. Definitely. It was very nice to meet you.
It was a real pleasure.
Thank you for being here.
Yes,
Hopefully
thank
to see
you.
you around
Yes,
Dick South
thank you
today.
very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thanks to our sponsors. Real quick here, Natalie.
Sure.
Thanks to our
Sorry.
sponsors.
No, you're good.
Charleston Media Solutions, the Charleston American Marketing Association.
Dick South for
Dick
hosting
South,
us today.
Thank you, Stanfield.
Yeah.
Cause
Whoopi,
Films.
Cause Films.
Larry
Larry
Monteith.
Monteith.
The collaboration from heaven over here to do our
we
podcast.
have a pretty sweet setup today for Dick South, and
Let's go
we'll
find
be
some
here till
lunch.
11:30.
Can we go find some lunch?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. Thanks, y'all. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. That was awesome.
That was fun.
I got your email. Guys, what are we doing? Oh, we're live.
We're live.
Hey! I'm just having fun.
We haven't had our lunch yet.
It's been a long day already.
We haven't had lunch. It's
Welcome
on
to
its
the
way.
Charleston Marketing Podcast, live from Dig South. My name is
Yes.
Mike Compton, president of Roombo Advertising. Stephanie, say hello.
Hi guys, Stephanie Barrow here, Stephanie Barrow Consulting. We do the Charleston Marketing Podcast normally out of the Charleston Radio Group, now the Charleston Media Solutions. But we're live today from Dig South. We've been here.
I manifested this years ago. I had Dig South on my radar years ago, and I said, I want to be a part of Dig South. And then all of a sudden, here we are. Because we had Stanfield
Gray.
as the founder of Dig South as a
He was
guest
on our podcast
and
a couple
he's
weeks
what
ago.
a great guy. So right now we have another great guy. We have Joe Alalou. Joe,
say
did
it
I
right?
say your last name right, Joe?
You did. You got it.
Joe Alalou with
He practiced
Daring
hard.
Ventures.
Yes.
What is Daring Ventures, Joe? Welcome to the show, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys having me on. Daring Ventures is a pre-seed, very early stage venture capital fund. We're based in New York City, and we invest in software and tech-enabled services that amplify human capabilities.
Ooh, okay.
So you're based in New York,
Amplify
you said?
Yeah.
And you came down for Dig South?
Yeah, a big part of what we do at Daring Ventures is trying to find founders and meet innovation ecosystem people and entrepreneurs where they are. We think that great innovation happens everywhere, not just in New York City and Silicon Valley. We want to kind of get outside and
I love this.
meet people where they're at and where they're building. And we could not hear enough good things about Dig South, and one top of the list for us to come and see what's going on. I judged the wild pitch earlier, and
talk about that. How'd it go?
Fantastic.
You can't probably tell us, right?
You can't tell. So
The
what is
judging?
the protocol for today? So they pitch and then you judge and then they come back again?
So they pitch for 4 minutes,
Okay.
basically like mini Shark Tank style,
Mm-hmm.
and we evaluate them on a bunch of different criteria, and the top 3 are going to be invited back later today. I'm not honestly sure if we're judging that one or not, but they then, the 3 finalists pitch, and then the winner of that goes on to the Wild Pitch World Cup.
Oh.
We were being told about the last guest that we
Yeah.
had is in the running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that's as much as I know. Like once I've evaluated them,
And how many people pitched today?
there were 4 rounds of 5. 2 of them were trimmed down, so 18.
Oh my
18
gosh.
pitches.
That's
yeah.
a lot.
Well, we thought we had a long day.
Yeah.
And this guy's already done. You've already judged 18 pitches today.
And that's a fraction of what I get in my email inbox and via LinkedIn every day.
So that's your jam then. So you're looking to be a venture capitalist for these startups.
Yeah, we invest in really early stage software companies, anywhere from idea through implementation and initial kind of initial commercialization, I think is the best.
Love it.
How did you get involved in this?
Really by accident, actually. I was somebody who didn't actually go to college after high school.
How dare you?
I know, right? And I took that mentality. Like I felt that a lot. I was somebody who's really, I felt beat down by that.
Okay.
I felt like I had really failed, and I was in and out of community college a whole bunch. Flunked out because I didn't know why I was there.
Probably weren't challenged.
Well, I also was like one of those people who, I went to college because everybody said that you had to go to college. And when you don't know why you're going to college, especially community college, no incentive to continue to show up. So flunked out a whole bunch. Ended up, I was washing cars at Enterprise Rent-A-Car at LAX out in California, while all of my friends were, going frat parties and getting their big like consulting internships and stuff. And I was like, I was pretty down, and I ended up getting this.
LA is not an easy market to live in
No.
when you're not making a blossoming career.
You're looking at a fellow LA past.
I was there for 10 years. I'm big LA.
Los Angelian? How do I say?
Angelino.
That's right.
Angelino.
Yeah.
But LAX, get out of LAX when I come now, right in and out immediately.
Exactly.
That's the way to do it.
So
it's a hard place to live, and I ended up getting a second
Yeah.
job that I found on Craigslist, and it was at a tiny little investment bank. I was the person who answered the phone. I sat at the front desk. I discovered that is actually what I wanted to do, and I was as a multiple time community college dropout. Everyone was like, no, like you can't be an investment banker. Like that ship has sailed. Long story short, I actually tried in school for once. I really had a why. I went to Santa Monica College,
Right, there you go.
transferred to Columbia University, and then went off to Lazard. It's an investment bank. I did aerospace and defense mergers and acquisitions.
Oh, wow.
And the thing I liked doing the most, though, was mentoring kids from community college who were trying to get onto Wall Street.
I bet.
And
I bet that's your jam right there.
I
for sure.
figured, I developed this kind of, playbook around finding underlooked or unknown, underserved, overlooked, kind of ignored talent and figuring out how to make them blossom.
Yes.
And I was doing that, and that was the thing that I would do for fun. I started running this program called Wall Street After Community College, and next thing I know, I'm like teaching class like over the summer. I had all these cohorts of kids, and I realized this is the thing that I'm like kind of meant to do is do this mentorship.
Yeah.
And I realized I could make more of a difference applying that instead of helping people with their careers, helping them build their businesses. And that's where Daring Ventures really came from. So I started my own firm. I'm a startup myself in some ways, in actually many ways.
I love it.
And I partnered with one of my friends from Los Angeles. She was part of my mentorship network, and we decided to build our firm, and haven't looked back. This is the hardest thing I have ever done, and at the same time, the most fun I have ever had in my life.
Wow.
That's amazing. Now, how big is your team?
So our team is 3. So it's myself and my business partner, Maddie Holman, and then we hired a fantastic associate. Her name's Lauren Hinton, and she joined us from City Light Capital in New York. And we have some interns joining us over the summer.
Sure.
That's going to be a lot of fun. But the core team is 3, and we're going to stay probably 3 for the foreseeable future. We love being hands-on, really boutique feel. We think about it like there's craft beer, craft venture capital.
Yes. Yes.
None of the garbage, just the good stuff.
Right.
And we're doing it by hand, small team, small batch.
Well, you had a great story.
Thank you.
You had
I
a great
appreciate
story,
that. Thank
Joe.
you.
I love where you started and where you are. Now you're helping all the different generations. Now, are you sticking mostly to students and people in the New York area, or are you looking for people across the country?
So we invest all across the United States.
Wow.
What we really look for is founders who have a strong relationship to adversity. How have they powered through things that have come in their way in the past? Because a lot of people, especially people who want to be in kind of startup world, especially in places like New York where we meet a lot of people from our networks, they've never really heard no a lot in their life. And capitalism, customers, they don't care where you grew up, where you went to school, who your dad is. The customers will tell you no if your product isn't good, and that can be a real wake-up call.
Yeah.
So we look for founders who know how to handle adversity, and we look for founders who are expert or have experience in their field.
Yep.
Doesn't necessarily mean that they, were the business person that they're solving a problem for. They could have been a customer that, realized that, hey, there was a pain point here.
Sure.
There's got to be a better way, but you need to have that lived experience because that's what we think gives you a real advantage when going to market and trying to win customers for the first time.
Right.
You need to know their language and you need to know exactly the problem that they're solving. And that's really what we look for. It doesn't matter where you came from in the U.S., how old you are, how young you are, where you went to school, if you went to school.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to us. If you know what you're solving for and you know how to power through adversity, I'd love to talk.
Awesome.
How do we talk to you? How do we get a hold of you?
How are people finding you?
Yeah, so our website is www.daringventures.vc. I write a Substack called Out of Scope. It's outofscope.xyz. And I'm Joseph Alalou on LinkedIn, and you search Daring Ventures. That's how people find us usually.
I love it. Well, I'm so happy that you're here. Are you staying for the weekend in Charleston?
No, headed back tonight, actually.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah. But first time in Charleston, and
Love
it
it.
has been awesome.
How many days are you here for?
Got in earlier in the week.
You're like, what day is it?
Yeah, right. In startup world, it's always
Friday.
It's always Monday. It's always Friday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Turns out it's usually like Wednesday or something,
Right.
but who knows, right?
Right.
Well, we're happy you're here.
Yeah. No,
It's great
thanks
to
for your
connect with
time.
you.
This
Yeah,
is great.
definitely.
Are you liking what you see? Like today, as a judge, did you like what you see?
A lot of fantastic founders, and I can tell that this is a really vibrant startup community. It's going across the country, we get to really kind of get a different feel for how mature the startup ecosystem is and how much support people are getting from their kind of larger community. In terms of kind of the level of preparedness, what questions founders are proactively answering, things like how are they thinking about going to market, what kind of testing have they done with their customers. Founders here seem really, really well prepared, and I think it's just a testament to why the Southeast is one of the places that we had at the top of our list, because we have seen kind of the things that we like, big summits and conferences, things like Dig South and Seed the South, like a lot of presence. Those are kind of early indicators for us that we see, and we're like, okay, that means something's going on there. The rest of the kind of bubble startup world, if they haven't caught up, they're late to the party. That's why we're here.
Right.
I like it. I like it.
So you recommend Dig South then? You come back next year?
110%.
Maybe next year you could present. That would be very interesting.
He doesn't want to present. He wants to. He's going to be, part of those businesses. Man.
Just being here and getting to meet founders where they're at.
Yeah.
His story is so cool though from where you came. I think that's very inspiring.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah.
So, good luck.
Thank you.
Be easy on some of these cog bias, especially cog bias. We got a bias right now with cog bias because we just did an interview with him.
Here,
Anatoly Shulman, smart guy.
Yeah.
Smart guy.
So you can run this podcast through cog bias and see how biased you are.
Exactly.
Towards him or against him, because you never actually know.
That's
true.
So true.
Joe,
Smart dude.
you're way smarter than I am, pal. Thank you for being here.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for sharing your story with us. We have to thank Kaz Films and Larry Monteith, Video and Film. We have to thank Charleston Media Solutions.
Dig South for
having us. I'm looking at Stanfield's AI guy right now down there. This atrium is filled with people. Constantly something going on.
I keep seeing people walk by that are waving. I'm like,
right. Lunch is on its way, right?
Yes.
Lunch is on its way. Super excited about that. Joe.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to connect with you on LinkedIn.
Absolutely. Please do.
Thanks, y'all. We'll see you here in a couple minutes. Joe, can you put your email in there?
Yeah, for sure.
Your name there. So In 5,
4, 3, 2. Awesome.
Pictures up. What do we do? Oh.
No.
Hey, folks. Mike Compton here with the Charleston Marketing Podcast.
Stephanie Barrow here with the Charleston Marketing Podcast.
And we have Doug Hamilton here. Doug is the founder of Charleston Hacks. We got a lot to talk about with Doug. But real quick, I got a little disturbance in the background.
We're live from the Dig South Tech Conference, if you can't tell.
We're live from Dig South right now.
Yeah, so a lot happening.
We're talking to all the who's who here at Dig South.
Yes.
They're coming right off the stage, right onto our set here and chatting with us. Today, right now, we have a founder of Charleston Hacks.
All right, talk to us a little bit about Charleston Hacks.
So Charleston Hacks is a nonprofit organization that we started a couple of years ago, myself and Dave Ingram of Query. And we support tech entrepreneur and creative communities here in Charleston.
That's amazing. Now, how long have you been doing this?
Since 2023.
Okay.
So we got some traction.
So right after COVID.
Right after, yes.
You just fully jumped in and embraced the community.
I did. After attending a hackathon myself, I wanted to bring it here.
Okay.
That's cool.
That is amazing.
Why?
Opportunity. I have 3 kids, and I thought if I want them to stick around, we need to grow some communities.
There's a theme here. There's a theme about that because we all have young kids.
We have young.
You too.
But
how old are your children?
I got a Stanfield also. I've got a 19, a 17, and a 14-year-old.
Okay, love it.
One's college bound.
Yep.
I'm sorry. How old again? I was too upset. 'Cause she loves to interrupt me.
I do love the children talk.
19, 17, and 14.
Yeah.
Okay, a little older than ours. A little older than our kids.
Yes.
I've got 2 9-year-olds.
Oh, okay.
But my point was Stanfield, I remember during his episode, he talked about starting this because of his kids and wanting his kids to stay here in the market. I think that's a very inspiring
I
mission.
certainly hope so, yeah.
I'm on board. I'm on board.
Yeah.
So, but are you from here?
I grew up in Los Angeles, so no.
Oh my gosh,
But I've been
another
living
one.
here. Uh-oh, there's
Another
more
one.
of us?
No, I lived there for 10 years. I'm a big fan of LA.
Okay, that's long enough to...
I felt like a Los Angelino
Yeah?
for a minute.
But you're not there anymore.
No, I love Charleston.
I know,
I
so
was
do
one of
I.
those people who came for vacation, was living in Nashville at the time, moved a year later.
Yeah.
Not looking back.
Your
I
buddy
love
Justin
Charleston.
Allen.
Yes, Justin Allen was
We
awesome.
just dropped his podcast. Justin Allen is a cinematographer, producer from LA.
Oh, cool.
Worked on Mad Men.
But he lives
Yeah.
here.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
We're
And then now
recruiting.
you're saying that.
It's amazing who's here.
Yes.
Isn't it
The
wild?
level of talent, it's crazy.
How long have you been here from LA?
I moved here in 2006. We got married out in the Battery, and
Oh, cool.
yeah, it was
That's
great.
cool.
Oh, that's nice.
That's amazing.
06 is a long time to be living here.
Right, and I was
This is
working
home now.
remotely most of the time,
Sure.
which is a big thing, right? Because you don't really ever talk to people if you're working remotely all your career. And then
Exactly.
finally COVID hit, and I got canned, so I started reaching out.
Okay.
Thankfully, you did. I mean, what keeps you here, though?
The people are amazing. Honestly, the access is really good. Growing up in Los Angeles, or I lived in Manhattan for a while. I mean, maybe in Charleston it'll take me 20 emails, maybe more, to get something going. There, I don't know if I'd ever get something going.
No
the
kidding.
access is great here.
20 emails. That's a number. I love that number. Why did you is that your average number of?
How many emails it takes to connect with an organization, a
Yeah.
sponsor.
Yeah.
I would say that it's a little on the low side, but yeah, you need a lot of touch points. You need to say, yeah, we're still here.
Sure. A lot
We
of
still
work.
got this plan going.
It's a lot of work, and you've done a lot of work in a little amount of time.
Yes.
Since 2023, that feels like yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, we've had something like 7 or 8 hackathons, and we have a
What's a
nonprofit
hackathon now?
Yeah, you're gonna.
Oh, sorry, I'm using weird words.
Yeah, no, I like it.
Well, we're Charleston Hacks, so the hacks part is for hackathon.
Okay.
And it's just a word to describe making something in whatever means necessary in a really sort of short period of time. The objective's important, and the means are whatever you can pull together.
Now, when you think of hackathon, though, Steph, are you thinking of hacking, like a hacker getting into a computer
I'm
system?
thinking of like the old school hacker movie with Angelina Jolie. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, that's also part of it.
Okay. Okay.
But that's more the cyber world.
Okay.
So B-sides and stuff like that. There's a huge, there's that's a whole other thing. But we also we love that community as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
How are
The
you
good
getting-
ones.
the
not the
Yes,
bad ones.
thank you.
I mean, Angelina Jolie was a very good hacker, so that worked out for her favor.
Okay.
How are you getting the people to come to you to get involved?
So College of Charleston has been a really great partner. It's partnerships, right? Getting a bunch of people at once.
Yes.
Cuts the time dramatically.
Right.
Yes.
Stan for Dig South, Lancey for College of Charleston.
Love it.
There are these hubs, these people that are connected to everybody. It makes everything happen.
Are you ever working with Charleston Tech Corridor?
And Ernest over at the CDC,
Yes, we love
absolutely.
him.
Yeah, we
Shout out
had him on the
Ernest.
show too.
Yeah. But access again, it didn't take
Access.
long to get all of these people
You're right.
on board with stuff.
You're right.
And
You're right.
I think as long as you are for real, I mean,
Yeah. People
Authenticity.
Authenticity, yeah.
people will
You
connect.
gotta want to give. You gotta want to. That's what my new slogan is. I have a lot to give and a lot to
Okay.
learn.
Yes.
Ooh,
I
love that.
think I was with you
Ooh.
when you came
Yes.
up with this on one of our podcasts.
Thanks. Yeah,
I think
Doug.
this is your new tagline.
This is my
the
new
Mike
tagline.
Compton tagline.
Yeah,
I love
But so you have the AI film here. Is that your idea? Your brainchild with Stanfield?
So part of what we do is we're experimental. So not only is it a hackathon for the people that attend, but it's a hackathon for us. So we have a board of 8 people, and we try new things. One of which was getting into AI film and seeing if AI video was a thing. Like, what can you do in 3 hours? Can you make 30 seconds of something that'll create an emotion, some kind of tension, or anything, humor?
Did you say 30 seconds?
30 seconds.
Okay.
Because
Thought I heard that
It's
right.
a 30-second
30 seconds?
film.
Yes.
How long do you get to make the film? How
3
many
hours.
prompts do you get? Like, and which platforms do you have to use?
So part of that connecting thing again is finding another partner. So we're real connected with MIT up in Boston.
Okay.
And
Nice.
I know, it's great.
Yeah, I like
My
that.
son's doing an internship there this summer.
Okay.
The Harbor Hack, which we do in October, is modeled after one of the hackathons they have there. It's actually the MIT Reality Hack. The one that we just did was from the AI Film Fest that they recently had. So I
see.
went up there
see.
and I found their sponsor and I stalked her. No, I didn't stalk her.
20 emails later.
20, no, yeah, it was about 20 emails and multiple people from different directions, but we got an amazing partner, Open Art. They gave us like 25,000 credits per person.
Okay.
And that's enough to make a 30-second film in an
So
evening.
when is the
No
film festival
way.
happening?
That's cool.
It actually happened last night.
All right, so tell me about it, because I missed it. I'm a
that's
big
okay.
film buff.
It was right down there in room 180. We just had a group of really inspired people come out, work together. They form teams because you need somebody who's editing. And I mean, these guys probably know that even in
Yes.
AI, there's a lot of production involved, even for 30 seconds. And at the end of the night, they said a few words about their films, showed the films. Some of them were really surprisingly good. Some of them were really funny. And we had sponsors like OpenArt and Adobe. And and we did judging, and then there was an audience favorite, and the winner got $500, and the other 2 categories got $250.
Are you allowed to announce the winner?
Yeah, well, you'll have to go. You should follow us on Charleston
Yes.
Hacks.
Yes.
There you go.
Around
I like it. Nice
LinkedIn and-
plug.
Yes.
How else do we find you, Doug?
So we do. We're doing something called Innovation Engine, which is going to be our hackathon next month.
Okay.
So if you Google Charleston Hacks or Innovation Engine, you'll find us. And we have a.
Innovation Engine. That's cool.
Isn't that cool? It's basically connecting individuals to problem statements. So if you're a small business and you need some kind of software solution, you create the problem statement, and then we have a community that will solve it or address it in a 1-month-long hackathon.
Oh. Very cool.
That
Yeah.
sounds very cool.
And then you get money for winning. That's probably the most generous hackathon we have.
And it's fun. Though,
I was going to say,
right?
is this, now, do you ever have open to the public type?
These are
events?
all open to the
Okay,
public.
great.
But you need to engage at some level. If you're a software developer, if you're a project manager, if you're somebody who's really good
Into
in
marketing?
I was going to say marketing.
How about that?
Come-
Marketing.
Yeah.
You could give me a problem statement, and the participants can bid on or decide to work on it.
I like that idea. So what is it now?
It's called Innovation Engine. It's in the month of June. So we're
Okay.
going to start June 1st and end on June 29th.
Awesome.
Now we got to drop this before then, though, don't we? We got
We
to
can
drop
make
this
that
in June.
happen.
Yeah, we could do that.
That'd be helpful.
We're a good team.
Innovation
I
Engine.
can see that.
Thanks.
You've got this honed.
Well, we're having fun doing it.
We
It's
are.
2.5 years.
I'm really impressed.
I'm sorry?
I'm really impressed.
Oh, thanks.
I mean, this is so.
This
I
is
feel
the
like
first
I'm on
time
a TV show.
we've gone live.
Oh my God.
First
So
time
this
we're
is
on
live
live.
on YouTube right now, but
That's
then
wonderful.
we're going to use these podcast episodes, on our Spotify channel, on our
Yeah.
website, all the
So
things.
they're going to be separate clips.
Yes.
For you for this episode, so you'll see it
Yes.
ahead of time.
Yes, we'll
Say
send
yay
it
or
to
nay.
you.
Wanted me to cut something out,
Right.
whatever.
Right.
Yeah, if I
no
made it
problem.
But right now, people are watching live.
Right now, my mom's
My
probably
mom's watching.
like,
Hi,
like-
hi, Mama Pyramid.
Yeah.
I just gave her the link.
She's doing great.
So we talked about what is your day job, Doug?
Well, gee, I'm glad you asked. My day job, I work at MUSC in the Department of Surgery. I'm not a surgeon, but I work with them.
Okay.
Fascinating people. So we do a business accelerator.
Interesting.
So it's kind of similar to what I'm doing for nonprofit fun stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
But these are medtech businesses, medtech companies, young, device companies
Oh
mostly.
my gosh.
Nice.
That's cool. How
So
is that
you're
going?
not at all bored with your life. You just,
I keep busy.
He's making it
does.
up, though. I see.
know.
This is probably all his brainchilds, and he's like,
I was
"Let's do this."
coached.
I know.
And then what you do is you find the who.
Yes.
Have you read the book yet? You
Oh,
know what
here
I'm
we
talking
go.
about.
And you're not talking about the
I
Dr.
think you
Seuss
should
book.
start getting
No,
money.
you know what I'm talking
Horton
about.
here's who.
No.
No.
You need
All
to
right.
partner with them. He's their biggest fan.
Okay.
I just started reading it.
I love it. I love it
listened
for
to it
him,
on the way
honestly.
here. What
Yeah.
was it? Who, Not How?
Yes.
Okay.
With Stainfield turned me on to it. Turned us onto it in,
Yes.
the podcast.
It's
Shut
in
your
my
face.
Amazon
I can talk
card.
about it if I,
I will
want to talk
get
about it. It's inspiring stuff.
Oh, I
you
know.
find people to collaborate,
Yes.
and you make the project bigger.
Yes.
Right? And that's what you're doing.
I'm looking
Right.
down amongst the gallery there, and I'm like, I collaborated with that person. I
Yeah,
collaborated with that
yeah,
person.
exactly.
Honestly, I'm like staring at 4 or 5
Isn't
people.
it
I've
fun?
And that's
collaborated
our mission at Charleston.
That's one of the best things about living in Charleston.
Charleston American Marketing Association.
Yeah.
That's who's our sponsor, right? That's what we're a part of.
Awesome.
So.
And so we're always looking for new leadership, new people, new ideas. Yeah. So we can collaborate with Innovation
Yep.
Engine.
Yes.
And give them a problem
statement.
A problem statement. Just
Yes.
Writing that down. Okay.
Yeah.
We
Give
will
them
be
a problem
DMing you to learn
statement.
more information.
What are you nervous about AI at all? You don't seem nervous. And what do you say to people that are nervous about AI, especially in the AI film
Yes.
department? Like, and what goes on there? There's a lot of
I love this topic.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak authoritatively, but
right. Well, of course.
I'll give you a perspective. So I think you can't stick your head in the sand and say, no, I don't like it, and shut it down and almost like cancel it. Play with the tools. Like
Yep.
we get sponsors so we can see what these tools are all about.
Sure.
And if I'm a creative person, I went to art school, so the AI film stuff is very controversial.
Yeah.
But let's see what it's all about. Like I don't know. And it's a totally mixed bag, right? So, we're trying to figure out a good example of this. But if you have like 2 artists' artwork and you cut them into little pieces and then just make something out of that, is that like bad? Or if you have 100, like how do you decide whether something is stealing? And then there's are you stealing jobs and all this kind of stuff?
Yeah.
I like to take a neutral position, and I want to get stuff in the hands of people, so when they do have an argument about it, they have an informed opinion.
Yeah.
Right.
And I try to remain neutral.
That's
I love it.
everything.
Yeah.
I'm like that. I'm like you,
I do
Doug.
too. I'm the same way with copywriting, and I use
Switzerland.
imagery and the same thing. So I'm right there with you.
I'm on chat like every other hour asking
He
it
is.
different things or
He is
asking it to
poster
build a
child for
business plan for me.
ChatGPT.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And it starts that up, and then I
Yeah.
just tweak it
Absolutely.
from there.
Well,
I
you
use it for ideas.
ideas, yes, it's great for brainstorming.
Yeah.
But to that point too, debating it. So you're asking it in like in this format. I know Chad Norman. You know Catch Talent.
Yes, I know, but no, I don't know. But
They
I
do
heard it.
disrupt HR. I'm plugging
Yes,
them.
I need to know this person.
Okay,
Yeah,
he's great. Oh my God, you're gonna love this guy.
Yes.
So he talked to me about doing like a debate event. He's calling it something Slam. He's working on it.
Ooh.
But the idea is like you present this thing, right? It's
Yeah.
like AI, good, bad, and then you get 2 people that have differing opinions about it, and then the audience gets like educated from the debate.
Sure.
So
interesting.
yeah, I mean that's kind
For
of
sure.
my vibe.
Yeah.
Like I want to hear people debate it. I don't want to get involved. I want to
Right.
hear it.
That's kind of how I feel about politics. I'll watch it all go down, but I'm not
Right.
going to voice my opinion.
I mean, I may have an opinion. I just want.
Oh, same. I'm right there with you. I'll talk about it over wine with Matthew.
Oh my gosh, Doug, we could talk for hours. I think lunch just got here.
Yes.
I don't want to get
You
on
were our
lunch.
12th interview today, so congrats to you.
so.
That's so
This was
fun.
so much
That
fun.
was so much fun.
How can we get a hold of you one last time?
CharlestonHacks.com or Google Innovation Engine. You'll find us, and we have an awesome newsletter that comes out every Monday.
Perfect.
We're gonna start a collaboration of some sort. Doug.
I love that.
We'll have lunch or do something.
Let's do it. I got you linked in with me.
Yes,
so
we are now linked in.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Stephanie, good work. Thank you to our
Good work, Mike.
sponsors. Thanks to Kaz and Larry Monteith and Delaney for getting
Dig
lunch.
South.
And Dig South.
Charleston Media Solutions.
Yep.
We're going to take a lunch break. We'll be
Yep.
back in about 15 minutes
Yep, with the next interview.
with the next interview.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Thanks, Doug. Good work. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome.
Hello, welcome back to the Charleston Marketing Podcast, live here at Dig South. Mike Compton here, president of Roombo Advertising. I'm here with Stephanie.
What's up, guys? Stephanie Barrow Consulting. Excited to be here from Dig South.
I know, we're having a blast.
We are having a blast.
We're about to meet Kat Warner of
Yes.
Warner Strategies. Hey,
Hello.
Kat.
Hey.
I love a fellow PR maven.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shout out to the
marketing mavens. You see what we did there? You see
Isn't
what we
that
did?
cute? You guys
cute.
are so great. Who
What's up,
started that? Charlotte Berger started
Charlotte
that?
Berger started it.
And so talk about marketing mavens real quick. Let's Kat talk about marketing
Yes.
mavens. real
Yeah. I think Charlotte and I have become such good friends because we both really value female relationships, especially in the industry. And I think Charleston in particular is going through such an exciting transformation that there's no shortage of clients that are looking for PR. And it's become this really collaborative community. And even outside of, Marketing Mavens is basically a quarterly happy hour.
Yeah.
Oh.
And so it's like a social club, but we come in and talk about industry stuff and employee stuff.
Yep,
and
family
family
stuff.
stuff.
A think tank
The think
with
tank
female
of
leaders,
PR women.
Yeah.
agency
The Charleston-
marketing,
Yep.
marketing.
Yes.
And I co-founded an organization in Charleston called Lady Business. That's the same kind of idea. It's invitation only, and it's for all industries. So anybody that's a founder.
Ooh.
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's amazing.
My invitation got lost in the mail.
You're not a lady.
Oh.
Not
a lady.
Sometimes I forget.
Not today.
Sometimes weird.
that's
Only the weekends.
Yes.
You don't know that. That's not true. Marketing Maven's, we just talked about that. So what are we doing here at Dig South, Kat?
Yeah, I spoke on a panel today called "But We're Not in Tech," and it was.
Okay.
All right, let's hear about it.
So it was my idea to do this panel just because I'm not in tech, but as you know, we're all in tech.
Yes.
Whether we like it or not.
Everybody is.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I wanted to create a space where people who weren't in tech could come to a conference like Dig South and know that there were people like them here.
Yes.
And I don't know that happened this year, but maybe this is just the beginning.
You
How
gotta
many
start
people were
somewhere.
on this panel?
It was myself, Susanna Dillinger, who is the CEO and founder of Bright Beauty Collective, and Tanqueray Edwards, who is an AI consultant and implementer. She was the moderator. It was a great conversation.
Fun.
Yeah, we talked about like AI resistance,
Yes.
the team's adaptation to AI, how it's made my work better as a storyteller,
Sure.
who is really specific about a brand's narrative and the way that their story is told. I've been blown away by the kinds of efficiencies I've been able to create by just jumping headfirst
feel the
into
same
it
way
and
about
just getting over myself. You know, like I was so proud.
Think
you
it was
know?
coming for your job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I was like, no way is a computer going to be able to do my job better, and it can't. But
Right.
with the help of it, I can be better,
You can be
and
so
that's
much
yeah.
more sufficient.
And that was a point that Susanna made today too. It's like it makes your unique like. Her example was, I'm not going to go on AI and pretend to know anything about finance or invoicing, but I can go into a platform and work with it for a day and create one hell of a brand strategy that I know for a fact people without my expertise wouldn't be able to do.
Exactly, because they don't know what the prompt.
Yeah. Right.
They're not a prompt engineer.
Yeah.
In this case, you're your professional, you're your prompt engineer.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you can go in and do all sorts of great
Right.
things.
Right.
What's your favorite one that you use on a day-to-day? So we're the Charleston Marketing Podcast.
Yes.
We like to talk to the marketers. Just like y'all, we're all doing the same thing.
Yeah.
What's your favorite?
ChatGPT.
I know, same. Is there another one though, maybe?
I like Copy AI.
Copy?
Copy AI.
Okay.
Yeah. For copyright, for me, idea spinning. You know, for instance, I'm working with a pest control company, which is a company I know nothing about up until 3 months ago, and I'll be like, give me all the fun holidays just for something related to pest control.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it just spits it out for me super quick, and then from there I
What
can take
holidays
this.
showed up for pest control?
Like random things, like Environmental Day, like things that you're
Okay.
talking about, like organic pest control
Okay.
or decluttering your house day, like
Isn't
random
that-
stuff, and then you can spin that organically to being like, well, you know, you should really, if it's spring cleaning, you should also be cleaning your cupboards because you don't want to get mosquitoes in your house or what have you. It's been saves me a lot of time. Can you see me doing it? You can see me.
100%.
You can
Yeah,
see me.
that's what you're supposed to be doing. That's
Yeah.
why those are
It
there.
makes my life simpler, but I would never say, spit me on a social media calendar for Carolina of Exterminate.
Yeah,
That would
and
be-
just hand it over to the client.
Heck
Right,
no.
exactly.
Never, never. I use it to make my life easier, but it does not take the place of me, which is great.
Yeah. And does that use OpenAI?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It does use
cool.
OpenAI.
Yeah. Cool.
So-
I like Podpitch. Podpitch is.
Okay, I thought you said pod bitch, and
No.
I like that. That's a
Pod
good
bitch,
one.
no.
That's a good one.
Pod
I might.
bitch.
We'll write that one down.
no.
Pod bitch.
No.
I should be sponsored from Podpitch after
Yeah.
this. It's really interesting. Like pitching podcasts with AI has been around for a while, especially like finding podcasts
Right.
to pitch your clients to. Have you heard of PodPitch?
No.
It's pretty cool. You can you build an avatar for your client in there. Whether that, I mean, I'll use Common House SaleWorks as an example
Sure.
because they're our client. So we put
Okay.
Pierce Fleming's
Cool.
information into this program,
Mm-hmm.
built his avatar and like what he like really should be talking about and what he brings to the table in a
Yeah.
unique way. Matches that up with the podcast that would be interested in those things, and then listens to the past 5 podcasts that the podcast has put out.
What the?
And
Do you have
refines.
to pay for this service?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
It is worth it. to
It's
me.
worth it.
I'm going to sign up immediately.
It's worth it. It's $200 a month. We had a 75% open rate from our first push with
Wow.
Pierce. Yeah, we got like 7 podcast opportunities
Okay, I've
just
heard of-
from
That's
like
huge.
Yeah.
yeah,
That's huge.
yeah.
I heard of Podchaser.
Yeah, Podchaser.
Podchaser.
That one is the one that's a little older. This is
Okay.
Podpitch, and it's completely advanced.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's so much to know and so much
Yeah.
to learn, which is great, and that's why we have these conferences. 2-day conferences needs to be 3-day, whatever.
Yeah.
There's just so much to learn.
Yeah.
And especially if you're not in
I
tech.
know.
Is this your first time here?
It is my first time
Same.
here.
Me too.
Well, yeah, I work out of the Harbor Entrepreneur Center, so
Okay, cool.
so Stanfield and I will work in the same office, and we see the Dig South events, and
Love
went to a
it.
bunch of coffee with closers.
Oh,
But
so
I've
you're
never.
doing the press for this, aren't you?
We did all of the press for Charleston.
You
Tech
did a
Week.
great job.
Thank you.
Yes.
Noelle Owen did a great job.
Are you gonna have a couple drinks tonight or no?
I am, but not here.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I am, but not here. No, we've got.
My point
going
is, you're
over
gonna
to
relax a
Windsor.
little bit, though,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
I mean, you
yeah.
probably had a tough couple weeks.
Yeah, but it was fun. It was fun, and it
course.
was
You love what
really
you
fun
do.
learning about all of these different businesses, and
Yeah.
I just love being
Oh my
around this
gosh.
energy.
That's cool. What a
Yeah.
cool client to have, too.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for your time. How can we get a hold of you, Kat?
You can visit us on our website, Warner Strategies. It's spelled WAWNER strategies.com.
WAWNER.
I know.
Had to do that to me.
And we're going
didn't
to
you?
have happy hour in a couple weeks.
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
Can't wait.
Oh, that's right, Marketing Mayhem. And then join Marketing Mayhem?
Mavens.
I'm mixing it up because Marketing Mayhem was a podcast that we were on.
Yes, my
It's
friends.
Marketing Mavens is absolute mayhem.
Yes, true.
Do you know what I'm talking about, though?
No.
Marketing Mayhem?
No.
They need to know about Marketing Mayhem.
Yeah, Marketing Mayhem is another podcast.
The Gritty Gals. The Gritty Gals Marketing.
Yeah, yeah.
They need to know about Marketing Mayhem.
that's
What,
true.
what were their names again? Jenny and Rebecca.
Jenny and Rebecca.
I was the first guy to be on their show.
Yeah.
That's
It's
something,
an
right?
honor.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I know.
Congratulations. Yes, thank you.
All right, girl. Thank you for being
right,
here.
Kat,
Thanks
Great to
for
meet
having
you.
me. Great to see you
Good
guys.
to see you.
Thank you.
Hey, real quick, we're going to close out the episode. Thanks to our sponsors, the Charleston Media Solutions, the Charleston American Marketing Association, Larry Monteith, Cos Films.
Jerry feels good for the beats.
That's right.
for the
That's
show.
right. That's right.
And of course, Dig South for having us today.
That's right. Hey, and thanks for lunch today, Steph.
You're welcome.
I'll split it. I'll go Dutch.
No,
We'll go
no, no.
Dutch.
I
I'll Venmo
will
you.
tax right off of it. My husband is saying, "Girl, you got to be putting the taxes."
Shout out to Matthew. Hey,
Shout out
Matthew.
to Matthew. I will. Yes.
All right, guys. We'll see you the next couple minutes.
Yep. Awesome.
All right, Kat. Good
All
work.
right. Thank you.
All right.
I have your email.
Okay. Hey guys, Stephanie back from Dig South, part of the Charleston American Marketing Association. We are the marketing podcast. I have two lovely ladies with us today. Can you introduce yourselves?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Tanqueray Edwards, and I am the owner of TR Edwards Consultancy, and we empower small to mid-sized businesses with AI solutions.
I love it. Okay.
And I'm Susanna Dellinger, and I'm the CEO and founder of Bright Beauty Collective, which is a beauty agency for brands to sell through in places like Sephora, Ulta, across North America, as well as the co-founder of an app that just went in the App Store today, Fieldly, which puts field marketing in the palm of the brand's hands.
Awesome. No, have you met each other before?
Yes. Yeah, so we just did a panel together.
Yeah, tell me a little about the panel you guys did.
Yeah, so we were focused on service-based industries, really trying to take the big concepts of AI and distill it down into how small, mid-sized businesses can implement
use it
immediately.
Right. Make their lives easier. Yeah.
Absolutely. So
was it a good crowd?
It was fun.
Yeah,
it was fun.
It was fun.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about your beauty business.
Yeah.
Do you love it? Because you're a beautiful person.
Oh my gosh, you're so sweet.
And you're a beautiful person.
So is everybody here. I mean, look who's behind the camera. She needs to be in front of the camera. So gorgeous.
I try. No, I don't. But, so tell me a little bit about your business. Are you guys both based here in Charleston?
Yes. Yes. So my agency is based in Charleston, but we cover all of North America.
Okay.
And we literally have sales teams that go in to all the retailers I said, and we get their product moved off the shelf.
Right.
One of the things that we do is we actually take revenue from that and we give back to other local charities. So, for example, we partner with One World Health right here in Charleston.
Wonderful.
And we've helped to underwrite the first ever neonatal center in Uganda.
Oh, wow.
So we like
that's
to say we
huge.
take lipstick and help save babies.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
Now I have a client based in LA who's has a hemp cosmetics company
Ooh.
that I need to hook up with you. And
Yes.
she has a background with working in Starbucks and all these cool brands, so she's pretty
awesome.
fun. So what do you have on the horizon? Anything exciting happening?
Lots of exciting things happening. So right now I'm partnering with an energy company. So with my work, again, I help small to mid-sized businesses that can cut across multiple industries, and we really look at where do you want to grow strategically. And then we kind of dial in on 2 to 3 priorities. If it's operational efficiencies or I want to augment my team members with technology to make them more efficient, we look for those AI solutions. So right now I'm partnering with an energy company that's based out of France. And we're going to do some digital enablement for their team members. And that's going to be a lot of fun. Maybe I'll get to travel a little bit.
I was curious to say, how long have you been doing this?
So I've been in the consultancy space for 2 years, but I'd say for the last year, I've really been leaning in on AI solutions, in particular for small businesses. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but here in the state of South Carolina, I think the number is about 94% of the economy is based from small businesses.
Yes,
So we're holding up the economy of South Carolina. And I am very passionate in ensuring that those businesses are not falling behind on the digital divide, that they are in line with, corporate, Fortune 500 industries.
Of course. Yeah. I work with I'm a marketing consultant, and I have an agency here in town. I work with a lot of small businesses. So for instance, I'll work with a home services brand, and we're dealing now with a lot of, for instance, an HVAC company, where people will come in with huge marketing budgets, huge big conglomerates are buying them up. And so someone like you to come in and help tell them how to run their business. Now, typically, is it a short period of time, or how does that work?
It depends. Sometimes clients know exactly what they want and how they want it. Sometimes they don't, and we have to start with, let's build an AI roadmap, if you will, and align it with your business strategy, and then we'll start picking off some of those priorities one by one. And that can be an engagement of 4 to 6 weeks, or it could be an engagement where I may be on retainer with them, and then we just kind of roll out some AI solutions over the course of the year.
Right.
So it really is dependent on so many variables. What we try to be cognizant of their budget, and then ensuring that we are really in alignment with their priorities, and we're not just throwing AI at everything. What is your pain point?
Yeah.
How do we solve for it with an AI solution?
Yeah. The AI world can be scary.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
It is. Yes.
I mean,
that's why we're here.
I used to worry that I was going to come from my job, but now I've found ways to use AI to make my life.
It's a compliment.
compliment me.
Yes.
Shorten some of the. Yes.
Yes. What we were just saying on the panel, right, is that everyone's so afraid, like, is AI going to take my job, right?
Yes.
And instead, it's, AI is here, I think,
Right.
like we think, to unlock your potential, to do all that stuff you don't want to do or aren't naturally good at, so
Right.
you can do the thing that you are put here to do at an
Yes.
extremely fast level.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
love
it's
that.
changing the game, and if you're not on the train now, you better get on it.
Yes.
It is calling down. You better be on it.
It is, it is leaving the station.
It is leaving the
Absolutely.
station.
There's so much data out there around businesses that are leveraging it and are more competitive and are able to scale and grow, 10x their revenue. In fact, with some of my clients, it's like adding 2.5 of an FTE.
That's amazing.
Like, what small business would not want that?
For sure.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Now, are you here for the rest of the day, the conference?
Yes.
I'm here for a little bit, but then got to be mommy and go do pickup. AI has not replaced pickup.
I was
Whoever can replace the drop off
Yes.
pickup with AI.
How old is your child?
She's 6.
I got a
Yeah.
9-year-old.
$1 billion business.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Broke
I
here.
sit
Let's
around
do
and think
it.
about
Yes.
all the time. How
Yes.
can I find a business that's either centered around children,
Yes.
or animals? Because then I would just make a fortune.
That's right.
Yes.
That's
So
right.
we combine that with AI, and we're good to go.
We're good to go.
We're gonna make that all happen. Well,
Yes.
ladies, thank you so
Thank
much for
you.
being here with me today. Now, how can everybody find you?
Yep, so you can follow me on LinkedIn. I'm the Tanqueray Edwards,
Okay.
the only one.
Okay.
And I'm at LinkedIn, Susanna Dellinger, and on Instagram at Bright Beauty Collective.
Awesome. Well, it's lovely to meet you. Don't miss school pickup.
I gotta go. I gotta run.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for being here. We'll be back shortly, guys.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So nice to meet you.
Fun.
Apple.
And then what's your business?
I am a general partner at 11 Tribes Ventures.
Okay.
Early stage venture fund in Chicago.
I'll let you say that. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah? Where are we? What's my name? This might be interview 13 or 14. I'm not sure. Who's
It is
counting?
number
We're having
15.
a great time either way.
It's awesome.
This
We're
is
having a
Mike
great time.
Compton here, host of the Charleston Marketing Podcast. We're here at the Dig South. We're live streaming at Dig South. I never know what camera to point at, but I'm going to go with both. I'm here with Stephanie. Hello, Steph.
Hi guys, Stephanie Barrow, his lovely co-host.
Lovely. Who said? Oh, yeah. All right.
I did.
fine. Okay.
I did. We're
fine.
excited. We're going on pure adrenaline. I kind of felt like we're like speed dating the podcast today. Like you're the first 15th.
We're having fun. We're having fun with it.
I'm like leaving very and inspired.
1-5.
by
Lucky
everybody.
number 1-5.
It's been great. It's been great.
Christina Chappell has joined the set right now. Christina, what are you doing here at Dig South?
Man, I'm trying to meet founders at Dig South.
Is that
there
right?
you go. Yes.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay.
We just raised $46 million for our second fund.
What?
And I'm trying to meet the best founders in this country
gosh.
to allocate to this year.
And you told me you're from Chicago?
Yes, ma'am.
So you flew in from Chicago for this?
That I did, though my roots are Southern. I grew up in Alpharetta, Georgia.
Okay,
so
nice.
Chapel Hill,
nice.
North Carolina, school. And now the Midwest has surprised me in a million lovely ways. But
how's that snow treating you?
You know, it's not as bad as people told me.
Okay, that's good.
It's not as bad.
That's good. That's good. So you're here at Dig South?
Yeah,
Yes.
she's catching a flight
Yes.
back home. So back to Chicago. So we got to kind of keep it quick.
Got it.
What did you think about today for your, mission here?
It's such a special day. Any chance that we have to meet a large group of people and get to share this thesis that is, I believe, more focused on the founder and trying to innovate on some of the traditional ways that venture has functioned is just such a privilege. There's only so many calls one can fit into in any given week. So these one-to-many opportunities to speak with people are invaluable to us.
So you came in the day before yesterday?
Yes, I flew in yesterday.
Okay, in and out.
Yeah.
In and out. Well, next time you're going to stay a little while and enjoy Charleston.
Exactly, it's true.
Yes. You probably
So
got...
many fond memories here.
Oh, sure. So you've already
The ladies
you
of
already
my
know how
family.
great it
Oh
is.
my gosh, Charleston,
Did you
South
say ladies?
Carolina.
There's so many ladies in Charleston.
There are
It's
a lot
true.
of ladies.
It's like ladies just take over
A lady
Charleston.
magnet.
What's your day job, Christina?
My day job is to meet founders.
Oh,
and
look at that.
Yep. So checking the box today, and then bringing our thesis forward into the markets that we're targeting investment in. And so Charleston is one of them, as is Atlanta and Nashville and Tulsa, and any city that's really not New York, San Francisco, or Boston, where much of the venture capital is consolidated.
God, I love that.
Yep.
That just makes me excited to be here. So have you been to any other Dig South type thing?
This is my first.
First Dig South.
Yes.
But any other tech conference?
Yes. In Charleston?
Anywhere.
Oh my gosh.
This is what she does for a living.
I'm on a plane a week, hopping around the country,
I
trying
thought you were
to
going to say that. Yeah.
meet, different founders at different tech weeks and the like. So
What do you think about Dig South as far as in comparison to these other ones?
it is an operation.
It is.
Talk about it.
And I think this is the tightest ship that I've been a part of.
Okay. That's impressive.
As far as having, 30 minutes for a panel, having the clock count down in front of me, having the music play during one of my panelists' answers to a question of now it is time to transition. It was great.
It's the little things that count, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dig South really stood out in the details.
Did you make some real connections while you were here?
I did. I got to
good.
meet some incredible founders and co-investors, or we're not on a cap table together yet, but that is the hope. And
Any ones that stand out that you like? Top three.
Top three. No
well,
pressure.
one of the questions that I fielded, which stopped me in my tracks in a great way, was how do you handle the zeros at your fund? Okay. And we have stories to share of teams who never got to the ultimate vision that they had set out for themselves. Granted, we're a young fund. We wrote our first check April of 2021, so it's still sort of this new fund on the block, and it feels like we really established some legs here with the $46 million
You're working
fund too.
hard, for sure.
Yeah. But at 11 Tribes, the reason why we're existing today in the market is that for the last 70 or so years since venture's been around, investors have focused entirely on one part of the exit conversation, which is the business outcome.
Okay.
And of course, as a steward of capital, I want strong business outcomes for every person I have the privilege of meeting, and it's fairly straightforward on how to measure those, exit valuations, ARR, cash flow, the like. But our team exists to shed light on a part of the exit conversation that we think is actually more central to if the company exits or not, which is what we call the founder outcome. And how our team measures that and holds ourselves accountable and, striving for success in it is, what's the state of our founders' most precious relationships when they walk from their company?
Okay.
If they're married. Are they still together with that spouse?
Oh, whoa.
That's a big feat.
Okay.
If they have kids,
Yeah.
do their kids know them and talk to them? I mean, is there any peace in that founder's life? What's their health like? Physical, mental,
No
spiritual
way.
health. Our team, we've all had experiences building companies from day zero. Only one of us, Mark, the managing partner, has built a venture-backable company, but we've all taken this downward journey of entrepreneurship and experienced a fracturing of our own founder outcome. And so as a fund, we've tried to dedicate as many resources, as much thoughtfulness and strategy around what happens to our people as they build and as they eventually walk, as we do the company. And we think if we do that well, then the financial outcomes that we're striving for are only going to be reinforced.
Okay.
So,
yes,
getting to share that
Knowing
on
your
a panel
founder.
is just so special.
It is. It is. It's
special.
a tough story, though. It's a tough
Yeah.
story to tell in such a short amount of time. And so
Certainly.
I'm glad you were able to tell it again here on the podcast because you do it so well.
You do it so well.
Yeah.
You very eloquently explain.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I
can
can't wait
tell
to
that.
follow you on all the social media and all that.
Yeah.
How do we find you, anyways?
You can find me on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Find you at Dig South.
Yes.
For
Find
right
me on
now,
Big
for another
South.
hour, and maybe.
Yeah. True.
So how does any emails or .com for 11?
Yeah, so 11tribes.vc. You can go to our website and get some more data on the opportunities that we typically bring into diligence. We have a funding application there. And then for teams that are able to find me on socials or reach out via email, including just a short description of why in the world you have taken this path that is
Yes.
not one of a least resistance,
Yes.
is what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I bet you're inspired all the time.
Yes. Oh my gosh, my job, getting to meet people who
put their heart and soul into what they
Yes.
do every day. Take
Yes.
that big risk.
And we like to say that we search for founders who might have gray hair.
Yeah.
In that they have been haunted by a problem. They've been haunted by a problem for decades.
Yes.
And, they want to see it through. And so many of our teams, they haven't just, stumbled upon an opportunity area and said, oh, hey, there's a lot of money to be made here.
Yeah.
They are really bought into seeing a certain niche problem fixed. And they're trying to build a company that's going to land in the $75 to $300 million enterprise value at exit. And we have underwritten our fund to back that company. And so we have to have a higher success rate across the board, which is, scary, a healthy burden. But at the same time, I do think that there's a new wave of venture capital entering the market post-2020. And I think it's more aligned with the founder.
More aligned with soul, finding the
Yes.
soul of the founders,
Yes.
huh?
Yes, yes.
Love that. Well, it was such a pleasure
We know
meeting
you have to catch a flight to Chicago.
Thank you, Christina.
I'm so excited
Christina
that you're
Chappell.
Oh my gosh.
Um,
Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
Of course.
We already know how to get a hold of you, right, Christina?
Yes.
We talked about that. Now
Yes.
let's thank our sponsors. We got Kaz Films. We got Larry. Why am I
Monty.
blanking right now? Larry Monty.
We
Say it
have
again.
the Charleston Marketing Association.
Larry, how do you say your last name again?
Monteith.
That's what I said.
it. Yes,
That's what I said.
Larry Monteith.
Have I?
I
just had
have.
a thing. I had a moment just now.
I know your name.
Charleston Media Solutions and the Charleston American Marketing Association.
Yeah,
So
we're coming live again and shortly from Dig South.
Yep, we'll see you in a couple minutes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Let's go live.
Let's go live.
Let's do it. Hey, folks, Mike Compton here with Charleston Marketing Podcast. We're live streaming here at Dig South.
Yeah.
We're interviewing all the who's who here at Dig South today,
Yes.
and Stephanie. Say hello to Stephanie.
Hey
here.
guys,
she's been here all day with
I
me.
have been here all day as well, so we're having a good time.
Stephanie owns what?
Stephanie Barrow Consulting, a digital marketing strategy agency here in Charleston.
That's
I've
right,
been
that's
involved
right.
in the AMA for 6 years, so we're having a good time.
Ex-president of AMA, yeah, and then I'm actually current president of
past
Roomba.
president.
What? What
I'm
did I say?
past president. You said next.
Next president?
He
She
needs
wants
some
to do it
caffeine.
again.
We've
She
been
wants to do it
going
again.
hard all day in the best way possible, having a great time meeting cool people like you.
Aaron
Thank you.
Baumgartner.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did I say that right, Aaron?
You did. Yep.
Look at
Yep.
that.
Yep.
What
you
are
have a very
doing
snazzy
here?
shirt on, by the way.
I'm still trying to figure it out.
Well, let's
Okay,
talk about
let's
it.
talk about why you're
let's
here.
figure that out together, bud.
So I am here. I was speaking today.
Oh,
with,
okay.
I did a fireside chat with Stanfield Gray. And,
He's terrible, by the way.
He
What a
is
bummer of a
terrible.
guy that guy
I know.
is.
I know.
Does anybody even like him?
Yeah.
I do. I like him.
I mean, I'm kidding, right? I'm being
She's-
facetious.
he's-
The
yes,
dude is awesome.
He is awesome.
He's a who. You know that, right?
Yeah.
He's a who.
He is a hoot. Yes.
And so I am a native of North Carolina.
Okay.
And so I grew up in Granite Falls, North Carolina.
All right.
About an hour and a half northwest of Charlotte.
Okay.
And so I split my time between Richmond, Virginia, Atlantic Beach, North Carolina, and Blowing Rock, North Carolina.
Wow.
It's beautiful
near where I'm
country
from.
you got there.
Beautiful.
You're from
Yeah.
Virginia, aren't you?
I am. I'm from Williamsburg.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
Good
So
old Busch
what were you
Garden.
speaking on today, bud?
So I am CEO and founder of Outside Global Incorporated, based in Lenore, North Carolina, and we also have another company called Yakin Inc., which I'm chairman and founder of that company.
What are these things? What do these
And
companies
so
do?
what we do is we tokenize land on blockchain, agriculture land and forest land, to build land into a liquid and tradable digital asset. That's what we do. So,
All right.
Okay, go
You're
ahead.
gonna have to break it
Say
down
more.
now. I think you went right over my head. Here we go.
So think about it this way. We can take a tract of land and tokenize it into a digital asset with a certain number, a specific number of digital tokens, for example, 1 million. And we can take those 1 million tokens that represent ownership of that land and essentially launch them into centralized and decentralized exchanges. For example, Coinbase is one that we're working very closely with. And we can take those million tokens and put them on Coinbase and create a way for anybody in the world to buy and sell and trade those tokens and own that land.
Do you know Coinbase?
Yeah.
Bitcoin? Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds
So,
familiar.
in other words, we can set up a way for the land to be traded using Bitcoin, USDC, or Ethereum.
USDC.
Yep, USDC.
It's similar to Bitcoin.
Okay.
So
we're not. You don't want to buy. Like, this is a different way of buying land.
it's a different way of building liquidity into land that
Okay.
has never existed without blockchain. It's a different way to buy land. It's a different way to sell land. It's a different way to conserve and monetize land as well.
You can add value to the land.
You can add value
This
to the
is-
land.
This is what we're talking about.
That's
here,
correct.
right?
Really cool.
That's correct.
So let's say I have my house, and I have a house, right?
Yeah.
So I got the mortgage, whatever. Now then I add these bitcoins, or
So we'll
to my
we'll
property?
use your house for example. You own a house
Uh-huh.
and you have the real estate that the house lies on, right?
Yeah.
There's a deed and title to your house.
Yep, correct.
So we can take that deed and title, build it into a fungible, tradable token,
Okay.
wrap it with Bitcoin, and we can say, okay, here's your 1 million tokens that represent ownership of your house.
Yeah.
And then we can build a liquidity pool for that house to trade on an exchange or multiple exchanges.
Can you swap houses with different coins?
You could that might
not
be
yet.
another podcast.
Not
Let's
yet.
get a
Okay,
little
that's
bit
another
into-
podcast.
let's
All
get a
right.
little bit
I've
into the
tried,
weeds.
I've tried.
Good idea.
Good.
Good idea.
So,
Okay, I like it.
but
Super
essentially,
interesting.
we can say, okay, here's your 1 million tokens for your house, and you can then say, you know what, I'm going to sell 5% of my house, so I'm going to sell 5% of those tokens,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
50,000 tokens.
Yeah.
And you're going to sell them into the exchange, into the global market
Uh-huh.
on blockchain.
Yep.
And you're going to receive Bitcoin in return.
Yeah.
And so essentially that's a very simplistic way of looking at it.
Yeah. Well, that's how I
Right.
am. I'm simple.
And so,
I'm a simple
and
guy.
so
I need that.
you-
I need
you
that
know,
simple
you,
way.
you have to. In our case, what we do is we use land in this model because we can drive revenue from the land to give that token holder something of value.
Yeah.
And so essentially that value is we can either pay the token holders revenue from that land, or we can, for example, take the revenues that are derived from that land, reinvest them back into the land to add value to that equity token holder.
Different way of getting money out of your house.
Different, yeah.
That is neat.
That is pretty cool.
And how long has this been a thing in the economy?
So I started the company in January 2019. We started as a traditional land investment company, and we pivoted to blockchain in 2021. We started learning about it in late 2020.
Okay. And well, how did you come up with this idea? Who's coming up with this idea?
So I came up with the idea.
All right, man. There you go.
We were trying to monetize a tract of land that we own in Virginia, and we what we wanted to do was to figure out how to drive revenue from that land in a much more efficient and quicker way than what the traditional models offer, whether it's from monetizing the biodiversity credit opportunity on the land, carbon credits, conservation, niche renewable energy, tiny home rentals, whatever it may be.
Sure.
And so I read an article about the metaverse in late 2020, and the company called, I think, the Sandbox. I think they're based out of the UK.
Okay.
And they had sold hundreds of millions of dollars of virtual land in the metaverse in late 2020. And we were trying to raise $13 million for 8,000 acres of real land in Virginia and North Carolina. And I said, this just makes no sense to me.
Sure.
And so, this company is selling virtual land, what I
Now
call
I'm selling real land.
pretend land,
Yeah.
and we're trying to monetize real land. So I figured out how to take a lot of what the metaverse had created and that demand and how they did that, and we brought real land into the equation, essentially is what we did. And we really, 2021, 22, 23 is when we
So you're
really...
doing this primarily in Virginia.
So we actually own land in North Carolina and Virginia. We're working on some opportunities outside of Virginia, South Carolina, Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi, and some stuff outside the United States as well.
Nice.
So now, are people finding you online, or how are people coming to you?
People find us primarily online, through social media platforms, through networking.
What are those, real quick?
Podcasts, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook.
What's your handle, though?
TikTok. Oh gosh, I can't remember them off the top of my head.
Okay, so the name of the business again was?
Outside Global, and Yakin Inc. YADKIN. Yakin is the... So we actually own 1,000 acres right outside of Boiling Rock, North Carolina, which is the headwaters of the Yakin River. We own the land where the headwaters form,
I see.
which turns into the PD River that flows all the way down to Georgetown, South Carolina.
Oh,
That is
okay.
neat.
So no wonder you're a big
that's
fisherman.
what brought you here.
That's what
Awesome.
brought us here. Yep.
That's
So
awesome,
we're
man.
gonna really
Revolutionize the real estate
we're gonna
industry.
focus on the
Yeah.
Yakin PD River Basin. We had the opportunity to work with Hunt Broyhill Furniture in Lenore, North Carolina, where I'm from, to acquire that land and do a stock swap with him. So he's now second largest shareholder in the company. So
Cool.
we're working together to really drive a story around that land. We're working with Eric Church, Whiskey Gypsy brand, and on the Yakin.
Yeah, cool.
So yeah.
How can else we help you? What do you need from
Help get the
our
word
audience?
out.
So good question. So I'm looking for potential partners here that can really help us build out the platform, the technology platform.
Okay.
To help us work with find other landowners to help them build their land and tokenize it into a digital asset.
Yeah.
We are and in the same platform, we're working on ways to utilize artificial intelligence, AI, into to identifying those landowners, identifying the revenue opportunities, et cetera. We really want to implement a lot of artificial intelligence into it.
Sure.
We're working in a very antiquated industry, which is land investing globally, but it's a huge industry.
Yeah.
And so we are seeking to connect with other landowners, particularly in this region and in the Yakin PD River Basin and beyond,
Okay.
that understand what we're doing and have an interest in it and want to learn about it and talk about opportunities to work together.
Yeah.
We're not raising capital, but we're always looking for investors that are very strategic
Sure.
to have a conversation with.
Amazing.
And so, we're the right strategic investor, we could be open to raising capital.
Yeah. All right.
I love it.
Yeah.
So you hear that, listeners?
Yep.
Yeah, if you know anybody or you yourself, get a hold of Aaron. What a great mission, Aaron. Thanks for sharing your story, man.
Thank you so much.
This is awesome.
Thank you.
Well, hopefully see you some more at Dig South today.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So thank you to our sponsors, Charleston Media Group,
Charleston American Marketing Association,
Dig
South,
Kaz and Larry.
Yeah,
I'm just going to keep his last name out of it. Monteith. And
we're excited to be here. We're going to take
we've
a
got
short
another.
break.
We've got a
and we're
queue
gonna have
here,
some-
so we've got a half hour left, and we've got
been
a bunch
going
of
live
people over
since
there.
10,
So we're going to go to like the 10-minute interviews here in a minute.
All right. Well, this was a lot to cover, so thank you for being
Yeah.
here. This
Thank
was
you. Thank
very,
you.
very
interesting. Super
so-
interesting, Aaron. Thank you. Good luck to you, boss.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, listeners. All right. How are we sounding, Larry? Are we sounding
we sound
pretty good?
We're live.
I mean,
from...
the content is kind of iffy. I get that.
Oh, we're live
the words
right now.
coming out of my mouth are interesting, but
this is Mike
as long as we
Compton.
can
We're
hear
live
them.
currently from Dig South. Stephanie Barrow
over
here.
there.
Charleston Marketing Podcast.
Yep.
What's up, Christopher?
Howdy.
How are you, bud?
Tired, if I'm being honest. It's been a long day.
Just be
but
real,
happy
Chris.
to be here.
Happy to be here. Now,
Absolutely.
are you from Charleston?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you
I
can
was
tell
actually
that.
born at the former Naval Hospital, which is now nothing. But once upon a time, it was full of Navy folk
Okay.
over in North Charleston.
Nice. So tell us a little bit about your business.
Reforged Gaming Lounge.
Yeah,
What is
so
it? Yeah.
we have been around for about 10 years, but we were finally able to get open in November of 2024. We were going to open in April of 2020, and unfortunately, COVID-19 had different plans, and so that delayed us by almost 5 additional years. But our gaming lounge is a very simple concept. I grew up going to arcades. We grew up. Arcades kind of went away. Didn't embrace the internet, right?
Right.
So they just kind of went by the wayside. They still exist in pockets, but it's not what they were.
No.
We embraced it. Said, hey, people still want to gather and game together, but they also want the internet. and they're older now, so we're going to build it from the viewpoint of a bar out.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. You're
Thank you.
welcome.
I was hoping you were going to say that.
100%. Now, they wouldn't let us bring booze today, which we tried, by the way.
That would make this podcast a lot more interesting.
Right, that's more of a College Charleston thing, not a Dig South thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're at a college campus.
We're the College of Charleston
Right,
today,
right,
friends.
right. It's look, I get rules and
It's
whatnot,
all right.
but come on, we're all adults here.
I'm going to have a drink here in about 34 minutes.
Stan actually came out shortly after we opened, checked out the place. He was like, awesome. We want you to be involved in Charleston Tech Week. And then later he was like, hey, what would you think about doing once we talked to the folks at College Charleston? We used to do ProCon for them pre-COVID as well. That's a full day of anime and gaming. They subcontracted all the gaming to us.
Nice.
So they're familiar with us.
Yes. Right.
So we're like, yo, are those guys still around? I'm like, yeah, we're still
Still
around.
around.
Yeah, we got our own place and everything now.
Where is your place?
Yes.
So we're at 8484 Dorchester Road in North Charleston.
Okay.
So right Ashley Phosphate, Dorchester, in the Coosaw Village Shopping Center. We took over a spot that was empty for a little while. Perfect for our location. 20 high-end gaming PCs, modern consoles, legacy consoles, some of which we have over there right across the banister
pointing at the
there.
So I
exhibitor
can go
lounge.
play games after this?
Right now. Well, actually, we're going to
Do
shut
they
down.
have Roblox?
You can go real quick. Roblox at the lounge.
How?
Yeah.
Did you hear
Take
what
it easy. Larry's ears are going to bust. You're so loud.
It's a joke.
I do have
We
Mario
play a lot
Kart.
of Dress to Impress at our house.
Yeah, Super Smash Brothers, all
Yeah?
those things
Okay, good.
right over there. A lot of folks have come through, including the Military Magnets field trip that was here today. Their esports team was here. They were playing, scrimming in our room a couple
my
hours
God.
ago.
That's cool.
They had their own controllers and everything. They're always ready.
So you're not having any
amazing.
fun.
No fun.
No, I've been having.
You brought the fun today.
A little bit. A little bit of fun, maybe.
You brought
Just
the
a
fun.
touch.
You brought the fun.
Yeah, so we do this Wednesday through Sunday right now to the public, and Mondays and Tuesdays. Sometimes we get to take a little rest and sleep, but other times we do private event for people that
That was my
don't
next
need open to the
question.
public. Now we can do private event at any time, but if you are on a budget, Monday and Tuesday is your play. Because if we're open to the public, we
you gotta
charge
offset.
accordingly, right?
Yeah,
You know what I
Gotta
mean?
offset those costs.
So cool. Now, is this like a date night thing, or is it like a bring my
Absolutely.
kids
So
to the thing?
one of our potions, which are custom cocktails in potion bottles that we do sell,
You said potions.
and is a love potion, which was made for Valentine's Day weekend, but people enjoyed it so much that it is now one of our core 10 potions that we offer. We started with 4, had a vision, hey, health and stamina, right? It's very common in media and those kind of things.
Okay.
And now we're up to 10. The only one that I can take credit for a little bit is the Chaos Potion, which is incredibly strong. You can have 1 per visit.
Are you limiting him? Huh?
Sounds like I'm
Unless you
I'm
share it.
Ubering there
We
and
do
I'm
have a flight
Ubering
of
home.
shots that you can pour it into 5 even shots and share, and then you can get more than 1.
Can you tell me what's in it?
I can. Yeah.
Oh.
It's no secret. It is
Absinthe? No.
Chambord, which a lot of people don't know anymore,
I
but
love
it's
Chambord.
fantastic liqueur.
Yeah.
And bourbon. I prefer, in this case, Woodford Reserve,
Okay.
but
Okay.
what we use in this one is Jim Beam, although we can level that up. And then a little bit of cranberry as a mixer, and that's it. And then the chaos begins.
It
Bourbon,
sounds like it.
Chambord.
Chambord.
So we're all going
Absolutely.
to Dorchester
And no
Road
kidding.
after
And
this.
cranberry, is that what you said?
Absolutely.
To go
Because
get-
literally, when I get done with this, we're breaking down and we are heading back to redeploy for service tonight.
Wow.
Nice.
That's
So
fun.
I will be at the harbor closeout for this, and then I leave that and go back and
I was going to
close.
ask you if you're going
There
back
you
to
go. You
party.
gotta work tonight.
We are,
We're
and
going
my
back-
business partner will be there at the lounge trying to stay awake. We've been up for many hours now doing things. We're running out of caffeine to keep us up, but
Yeah.
we're going to make it.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to let him go home, go to sleep, and I'm going to finish up.
Now, are you highlighting all this fun, all these drinks, and all the fun stuff on social media?
Oh, absolutely. But we do have to be careful because in this state, did you know that if you market alcohol more than you market food,
Yeah.
that puts you in a different bracket of liability?
That makes sense. I can see that.
So we market the hell out of our gaming, and we also happen to have
A tiny bit of
food
alcohol.
and drinks.
There you go.
If you are so inclined, but things like this really help us kind of switch this because this is, ironically enough, not traditional marketing.
right.
And so we can do the inverse now.
Oh,
we
there you
can
go.
talk about the Chambord and the Woodford
All the
Reserve
things. That's
right.
and all the things.
That's
I
right.
want to come.
Perfect.
I want to come.
Well, we'll be there. I'll go. Yeah, for
Fantastic.
sure.
I mean, look,
That's awesome.
it is for adults, although we allow children to come as well, obviously.
I'm leaving the children at home, and I'm going to
Appropriate
take an
times.
Uber.
Just appropriate times
Yeah.
for kids, I'm sure.
We're running multiple birthday parties for May the 4th and whatnot, so it's a busy weekend coming
Star
up.
Wars
but
Day.
It is. And we do have a Sith Jedi cocktail and shooters that are on our social media right now, so that is one thing, to your point, that we are pushing. Absolutely.
May the 4th be with you, friends.
May the 4th be with you.
That's right.
Well, Chris, thanks for sharing your story.
Absolutely.
Thanks for coming on.
You were very fun. You brought the energy. I liked it.
Yeah.
You revved me
We
up for the
needed
next
some
one.
of that.
We're trying our best here to keep it moving.
All right, well, I'm going to be dancing tonight at the after party.
Fantastic.
I will come find you.
I will attempt to dance as well, but it's probably going to be more of a swaying back and forth. Thank
That's
you.
right.
Yes,
You
exactly.
got to bring the potion with you.
Well, I'll do my best. We'll see if we can sneak one in.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
right?
There you go.
Fantastic.
That's
Thanks,
so
Chris.
fun.
Nice
Thank
to
you
meet
guys
you,
so
boss.
much.
Nice to
Pleasure
meet
the show.
you.
Hang out for a
You
second.
want to come by
Yeah, for sure.
I want to thank our sponsors,
Yes.
right? We got Larry Monty, we got Cos Films, we got Delaney over there, we Stephanie.
Dig South,
thank you,
we got,
Stephanie.
of course.
Dig
Dig
South,
South.
Stanfield Gray, Charleston American Marketing Association,
All the
and
peeps.
the Charleston Media Solutions.
Yeah, we have a lot of support. So
Well,
it's been a
support for
really,
this
really fun day.
live stream here.
We've
This
been live
live
streaming
podcast.
since
We're
10
having a good time.
a.m. This has been awesome.
Hope you guys
So-
are having a good time too.
Yeah, we're having a great time.
And we got a
All
couple
right, we
more
got
to
someone
go.
coming next. Awesome.
Talk to you soon. Thanks.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome.
All right.
Woohoo!
Here we are. Here we are. We're still here, folks. It's totally
Still
fine.
here. It's like
Totally
a
fine.
marathon day.
Live
That's awesome.
streaming at Dig South. Mike Compton here, president of Roomba Advertising. Oh, you want me to look at this camera now? That's fine. I'm here with Stephanie. Now you're gonna have to go to camera 2.
Ah.
There you go. Stephanie, say hi.
Hi, guys. Stephanie here, Stephanie Barrow Consulting. Yeah, we're having a great day, Dig South.
Lots of fun.
Lots of
Our
fun.
next guest right now is Tom Bessel.
Correct.
Bessel?
Yeah. Bessel, yeah.
Bessel. I had it right the first time.
I got all of the
Tom?
Aussie jokes out of the way before you.
Yeah,
came on.
we didn't roll on
The
that,
shrimp and the
thankfully.
Barbie. Woohoo!
Okay. Anyways, but he's from Australia.
That's right.
So that's what she meant to say.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about yourself. Where are you from? Why are you here?
Yeah, so I'm from Sydney, Australia originally. How I made my way to the US, I didn't take a 20-hour flight just to pitch, unfortunately. I'm currently studying at Wharton Business School at UPenn, so it was just a 2-hour flight down here.
All right.
So I pitched this morning, and yeah, just here to meet.
Ooh, you
people.
pitched. What'd you pitch on?
So I pitched Albon. So we're a
Yes.
climate tech startup. We convert agricultural wastewater into fertilizer with microalgae.
One more time. One more time here for the
Yeah, one more time. One more
English-speaking
time.
people here.
So we convert agricultural wastewater into fertilizer by growing microalgae.
That is cool. That
How
is
do you
really-
do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've good question. So we've developed these like proprietary photobioreactors is what they're called. So they're essentially at base level without going into like a crazy amount of technicals.
Fifth grader over here. Fifth grade
yeah,
level.
it's tubes that grow algae essentially. And yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we
Thank
pump
you.
in we pump in wastewater. The algae naturally removes phosphorus, nitrogen, grease from that wastewater.
Yeah.
And it also removes carbon from the atmosphere. And then the algae that we grow, we then convert that into this thing called biochar through this process called pyrolysis.
Okay.
So the algae is basically burnt at a very high temperature, converted into biochar, which is a soil amendment that farmers can use to improve crop yields, improve water retention. They sprinkle this on their soil, and it's a much more sustainable alternative to chemical fertilizers.
Too cool.
Have you been partnering with like Whole Foods or different grocery stores, or what is your angle right now to sell the product?
Yeah, great question. So at the moment, we're piloting our technology in partnership with the local government in Sydney.
Okay.
So we're building the system currently. You can follow us on social media to follow like the progress if you guys want.
Yeah.
Albon_AU.
What is it?
Albon_AU.
Okay.
AU for Australia. So yeah, we're building it currently. It's going to be operating with the local government partnership for like the next 1 year.
Oh.
And then off the back of that, we hope to expand into industries such as meat and dairy, wastewater processing.
Nice.
Those two in particular because they have high levels of nitrogen and phosphorus in their wastewater, which the algae is especially good at uptaking those nutrients. And the higher levels of nutrients in the wastewater, the faster the algae grows and the more nutrient-rich our biochar is. So it's like a win-win-win the worse off the wastewater is.
Now, did a lot of people have questions for you during your pitch?
Well, we didn't actually have Q&As for the pitch
So you
round.
just had your pitch?
It was just the pitch, yeah.
Yeah, very neat.
Yeah.
So what's your Dig South experience so far, like networking with other people in similar fields?
I mean, it's been great. Obviously, we're not looking to expand to the US just yet. It's on the radar, and we're definitely not, we're considering a few international markets down the line.
Yeah.
India, US, maybe Asia Pacific, South America is also quite feasible. But yeah, it's been great just chatting with investors, maybe for down the line. We're looking to raise in 2028.
Okay. How did you get invited, or did you have to? How did you get here?
You have to submit, I think.
You have to submit,
Yeah, we submitted
and then,
a pitch deck online. And then.
Do you know how many people submit versus how many people make it?
Oh, I don't know.
I'll sample
it's
that.
a lot.
Do you know?
I only 18 pitched today, though.
Yeah, it was
18 pitches today.
I think
okay.
a few pulled out as well, actually.
Yeah. So
Very cool.
I think there was 20, and then so there's 18 total.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the product real quick. So, there's a lot of places that can't grow crops, dry places, Africa, or in the desert or anything like that, or where they need more nutrients in their crops to grow the food.
Yeah, 100%.
Are you going to go to these places and this is like?
Yeah.
This is like down the futuristic way to grow food, right? Like.
Yeah, sort of. So I mean, it's not like we can't magically turn a desert into arable land, right?
Okay.
But
Bummer.
damn.
I didn't think that, but okay.
Shit. But I mean, the issue with chemical fertilizer at the moment is that farmers they're over farming their land and soils are degrading. So the positive thing about biochar is that it can bring life back into soil where the life was previously lost.
Sure.
So these soils that have been over-farmed, if farmers spread biochar on their land, that's going to revitalize that soil, bring it back to life
quicker,
bring back to reactivate that sort of natural carbon breakdown cycle that was previously in play that's sort of been knocked out of the picture.
Scale something like that too.
Yeah.
It's got to be pretty interesting.
How did you just start with this?
Whose
concept?
idea? Is this your idea?
No, it's actually my co-founder's idea.
Nice.
Okay.
So he does environmental science.
Right.
So he looked into
he's
done a bit of research into microalgae. So we started out back in September 2023.
Right.
And we were initially purely carbon capture. So we were looking at our magical plan was to go into the middle of Australia and to just put down these algae tubes and to mass farm algae for carbon capture.
Right.
Which obviously doesn't work. There's more complexities
That's not
than
obvious
that.
to me.
It's not that simple.
Okay, that didn't work. Okay.
Didn't work. So then we pivoted into wastewater treatment. And we won a few university competitions and then sort of just spiraled out from there into a startup business. It's been going well so far.
Very cool.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Is the goal after you're at Wharton is it to go back to Australia and do this, or are you going to stay in the U.S.?
Yeah, so I've got one more semester of study to go before I've done with the university. And then I think we'll stay in Australia for a bit because that's where we've got all of our connections, our network.
With the government, that's neat.
Exactly, yeah. We've got government connections, industry connections. We've been chatting with investors and stuff.
Right.
So the network is definitely stronger in Australia than in the US.
How do you feel about your pitch today?
I honestly average. Like, could
I'm
have done
sure
better.
you did great.
You crushed
No.
it. I'm sure you crushed
Could
it.
have done
Someone
better.
brought you up here. They said enthusiastically, you got to hear this guy's story.
That's
So
right. That's right.
You
That's
resonated
right.
with somebody.
Well, I guess.
Well, you
yeah,
can
yeah.
always do better. You know.
No,
I
Yeah,
like
maybe
that.
maybe I'm overly critical,
You
but
crushed
yeah.
it. I'm sensing that you crushed it.
Yeah, a few too many ums and ahs for me. But,
There you go. I love it.
Well, thanks for sharing the story about.
thanks for having me, guys,
Alabon.
How can people follow you?
yeah.
Your story you said on social media.
Yeah, so we're on Instagram. Sorry, on LinkedIn, Albon. If you just search us up, and then
ALBON.
ALBON.
Trying to
And
decipher.
all the interesting stuff happens on our Instagram, ALBON_AU.
Awesome.
Yeah, so follow the journey. We do some vlogging and stuff. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, so nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you both. Thank
Are you
for having
sticking
me.
around for the day?
I am, but I'm gonna. I might head back to my com and then, freshen up before the.
Did you say you're going back to your common?
A com.
Oh, common.
What is that?
Sorry, that's what someone from the UK would say. Like common.
You're common. I was like, okay.
Take it easy over there, Stephanie.
All right, guys.
Thank our sponsors, Charleston Media Solutions.
Yes.
Charleston American Marketing Association. Thank you to Stephanie. Thank you to Larry and Jake and Delaney.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you too, new
Yeah.
friend.
Thank you, guys.
New friend
Thank you,
Tom.
Tom, for being here. And we're going to take a short
Stanfield.
break.
I want to thank
and-
Stanfield too. I don't know if we have any more. I mean, maybe we have one more.
One more.
But we'll see. We'll
Yep.
see.
Awesome.
Thanks again, everybody. We'll talk to you next time.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks guys.
Oh, so
Podcast ever.
Yeah.
wow,
all
we'll send it to you.
right. Yeah. Folks, we're streaming live the Charleston Marketing Podcast, streaming live at Dig South.
Dig South and College
We've
of
got
Charleston.
Mike Compton and Stephanie Barrow here. Roombo Advertising and Stephanie Barrow Consulting.
That's right. That's right.
We have a special guest today. You're special, Thomas, right?
My mom always told me I was special.
Same.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
yeah, that's nice. Thomas McCarthy is in the house right now.
Yes.
He's joining us from the Internet Standard VCons. What in the world is that? What did what? Tell
What is
me
that?
why. Tell me
Did you
why
tell me
you're.
you were an author? Is that
Well,
what you said?
I'm one,
yeah,
one of the
author.
authors of the Standard. Yeah.
What are you doing here at Dig South?
It's a great question. I'm first of all enjoying Charleston.
Where are you from?
I'm from your sister city up north called Newport, Rhode Island.
Okay.
Didn't know that was our sister city.
It is a sister city. We are also a colonial harbor.
Okay.
I've lost many friends from the U.S. Naval War College who've come down here to be in Charleston.
Yes.
And we have the same sort of nice, beautiful feel. So good to be here.
All right. Well,
Yes.
you feel like you're at home then? is what
I
you're
do,
saying.
absolutely, yes.
We're happy
And
to have you.
Thank you, yes. And I'm here to talk about an upcoming internet standard
Please do.
called Virtual Conversations.
Virtual conversations.
Yeah. So
Fire
it's
away.
It's the first AI standard on the internet, and it's a file format that contains a human conversation, so that you can give it to a robot for analysis, and you can also at the very same time be compliant and be responsible to the data rights of the person recorded. And we've worked on this for about 4 years.
Did Jake hear that? Isn't that what Jake's problem is with AI?
It's everyone's problem with AI, and that's really the line that you have to walk, which is making it useful for analysis, but safe for your data subjects. Yeah, and so it's part of the internet standards like the web or email or FTP.
Yeah. How do you get into standard making? How do you?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's so a long time ago when Reagan was president, most of the many countries were angry that they couldn't control the internet. It was a U.S. thing, and so the internet was spun out into the Internet Society, which takes care of the internet. If you ever wondered who gets domain names and telephone numbers and who actually defines the standards for the internet, it's the Internet Society, and they're.
This is the first time I've heard of the Internet Society.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, it has tremendous implications to you because these are the people who are responsible for defining what the internet actually is.
Correct.
Interesting.
Right. Yeah, and so we have working groups that meet 3 times a year around the world. About 1,000 people. A third of them are engineers like myself. A third of them are in government, like NIST and Ofcom and the FCC.
Okay.
And the last third are human rights organizations like the ACLU and Human Rights Watch and the like. And so we
This is
work.
really important stuff here, by the way.
Well, it's fine. Well, it is, and it's hard. One of the more discomforting parts is knowing the work that you do is for everybody.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit much.
Yeah.
And we're all volunteer, although we're all there by merit. So the CTO of Cisco and Microsoft and Google and Mozilla and they all attend, but they all attend as individuals.
Okay.
And the reason for that is, imagine, like, my boss was responsible for email. Imagine being the guy who wrote the email standard.
Right.
Imagine the exposure you would
The
have.
responsibility.
Right.
My point. The responsibility.
It's incredible. Yeah. So you, as a participant, you give up all your intellectual property rights. There is no membership. There's no legal surface to be sued from.
Right.
That's good. That's
yeah,
good.
and
Makes
everything
sense.
and everything
so you're
is
protected in a sense.
in a sense, yeah. And so it is full of really smart, opinionated people. And they say the most dangerous place in tech is the microphone and the IETF conference, because there's 1,000 smarter people who have different ideas than you do.
Speaking of smarter people, we have had some really
Smart.
cool, interesting people today.
100%. Oh yes, I've met some very, very interesting people here.
No kidding.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's why I'm here, and that's what we're
And
doing.
so you're the author of this book called Standard.
So Virtual Conversations.
Virtual
I'm one of the co-authors of it, and it was adopted by the IATF about 2 years ago.
Okay.
And will be an official standard sometime in the next year.
That's impressive.
It's been a lot of fun, a lot
Is
of
this
work.
your day job?
My day job is I sell cars.
Okay.
Actually, which is kind of how we got here.
Yeah.
So my company that I work for is what's called a BDC in the automotive space. When someone clicks on a Car Guru's ad,
Okay.
right, that lead goes into some car dealership's
Lead generation platform.
CRM, where it's ignored.
Where it's ignored. Yeah.
And the OEMs don't like that it's ignored.
Sure.
So they hire my company to respond on their behalf.
What a cool niche.
It's really great.
Yeah,
We have about 180
that's neat.
dealerships.
Oh,
and
my.
About do that 10,000 times a day.
So you're not really a car salesman. You're.
He likes to say that. Though.
My father worked in an engineering group. I grew up in.
Yeah. I'm married to an engineer. They're fun.
Okay, so it's kind of fun for me to not be an engineer once.
Yeah.
So sell cars.
That's cool. That's neat.
That's good time.
That's good.
The world's a better place because of engineers.
And,
Well,
and the
thank you.
world's
I
a
believe
better
that to be
place
true.
because of internet standards.
For sure.
And because of cars.
And because of cars.
Very true.
That is
Yes.
true.
So the standard behind AI, when is that conversation?
Yes, so this does enable all the important things around governance and auditing, but most importantly for me, it enables the ability for a person to express their digital rights, to correct, to know what companies know about you, to ask for its deletion.
Right.
So today, I'm sure you've taken plane flights and you may have called the place. They have your recording, but good luck getting it.
Oh.
Right? Call Delta and say, I want all my recordings. They don't have it.
Never thought to ask.
Right?
That is terrifying information right now.
And unfortunately, the information that you're giving them is stuff you can't change. So
Right.
you ask me for
Address, phone number.
So my name changed. When I got married, I took my wife's name
I
as
love
part
that.
of mine.
I love that too.
Don't tell my wife that. But
Well, I
that's
thought it was unfair.
fantastic.
I thought it was unfair, right?
Aw.
But I can change my name.
Yeah.
But I can't change the look of my face. And so when I'm recorded and my face is recorded, I can't change that.
Right.
I can't change the way I sound. And so that's dangerous. And it's
Yeah.
also dangerous for the companies. I mean, there's no difference between a bad piece of software coming into my company and a deep fake coming into my company.
Right.
And so having beacons allows you to solve deep fakes because you can secure them just like websites. So now you know if it's real or not, you know where they came from.
There you go.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Super important work you're doing there.
Wow.
Thank you, Thomas.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for your
So
patience.
how can
with
we
us.
find your book?
Okay, so if you're interested in the IETF, which is a great organization, go to
What is it stand for?
Internet Engineering Task Force.
Yeah.
Sounds
Okay.
very 70s. I like being part of a
I'm just
task
imagining
force.
bomber jackets.
Right?
Yeah, the bomber
Right?
jackets.
A little more dangerous than it actually is.
Okay, all right.
If you're interested in the work that I'm doing in particular, you can go to conserver.io.
Okay.
CONSERVR, conserver.io.
Awesome. Okay, cool.
And that's a good introduction to the technical work.
Lovely.
Well, I love what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's so
It was
Love
so
being
lovely
here.
to meet you. Are
Thank you. Nice meeting
Are
you
you
too.
going to hang out for the rest of the day?
I am hanging out the rest of the day until my JetBlue flight leaves today.
Okay,
Oh,
perfect.
okay. There you go.
There you
Hey,
go.
so real quick, let's thank our sponsors. Thanks again, Tom. We're just going to thank the Charleston American Marketing Association, the Charleston Media Solutions. We're going to thank
Cos
Delaney,
Films, Larry
Kaz,
Watson.
Larry, our crew,
Yeah.
and Stanfield for the invitation to
Yep,
this
Dig South.
amazing.
We've been here all day.
Thanks, Stanfield.
It's been a
Yeah.
great
Brenda
day.
Stanfield,
It's
yeah,
been
I'm here for
such a fun
Stanfield. Yeah.
experience.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've loved being a part of it so far.
100%.
So.
Yeah, he's everybody's who, isn't he?
He is.
You don't know that book yet, do you, Stephanie? You need to get
No.
that book.
It's in my Amazon cart. He's obsessed with this book. Someone give
Who
him
not how?
like a
Who not how?
link so he gets a percentage of the feedback.
All right, Charleston, we love you. We'll talk to you later.
Bye. Okay.
Thank you.
You're crushing it, Delaney. You know that, right?
She
Absolutely
is
crushing
killing it.
I'm just gonna say
We
thank
love
you.
you.
To
You've been
Delaney for
awesome
crushing
all
it.
day
She's wearing
long.
like 6 different hats right now.
She is awesome.
She's doing the stories.
I told her
for us,
she
too,
needs
right?
because she wants to work in sports video. She needs to go. She can
All right.
crush it.
Well, so we're talking
we
about
had a lot of
Delaney, our,
talks
our
about it. Yeah,
production
yeah.
assistant,
Yeah, she's
turned
awesome.
everything here.
She is.
Larry, you're doing a great job too, babe. I really
thank you,
appreciate your
Larry.
help too, Larry.
If y'all
Okay.
could see it on this side, it's amazing.
Yeah, right.
There's
Hold on,
lights
let's take a
and
photo.
cords and cameras and microphones. It's
Look at them, there they
feel
are.
famous.
Look at them.
You look great. You look great.
So, welcome to the Charleston Marketing Podcast.
Yes.
We're at live at the Dig South.
Yes.
I think we're doing our last interview.
This is our last
Maybe
interview.
not.
and
I don't know. I don't want to limit us.
It's a friend of
They're
mine,
kicking
so
us
that's
out, though.
exciting.
How many have you guys done today?
I think we've
and
done
what's
like
it like
You're number
to do that?
19.
18. I had a blast. I'm
19.
having a great
I've had
time.
a
I'm a
great
little
time.
dizzy, you know.
How
kind of-
long will you sleep tonight?
Oh, no, I don't
Oh, yeah,
not
yeah.
sleep. I sleep very
I think
well.
being
at all
articulate
times.
all day, because everyone we're meeting has a different perspective.
Yeah.
And they're talking about some things that are just straight over my head.
Right
and
over
I'm like,
my head.
I'm learning as I'm going
But
through
you
the
need
podcast.
to like sound.
So it's very cool.
Yeah.
But you need to like have an intelligent question to
Yes.
follow up to not have any dead space. So it's like
yeah, sometimes you're
it's
like,
fun. It's
like,
fun.
wow.
Anyways,
this
Mike
is-
Compton here, president of Roomwell Advertising.
Yeah.
Stephanie Barrow here,
Stephanie Barrow Consulting.
Barrow Consulting. We've got a guest. Our next guest
This
is
is my
Matthew.
buddy Matthew Grayson.
Stephanie's buddy
Known
Matthew
Stephanie
Grayson.
for years,
Yes.
right before, maybe a year before you went out on your own.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. So you do video, but
Yes,
you've
ma'am.
kind of
What is it
pivoted a
called?
little bit.
Oh yes, so we were a video production company for 9 years or so.
Yep.
Should I look at you guys or the camera?
Whatever you
Sorry.
want.
You're,
I
yeah,
should
you do
have asked
you.
that
Let's just,
earlier.
just relax.
Oh yeah, don't
you're
talk to
good.
the camera. Camera's his lawyer. Yeah.
Yeah, so we were a general video production company. It's a lot of hard work. In this building, there's plenty of experts
Right.
that we were competing against, and
Yeah.
I hated that part because I knew I couldn't beat the pros. But we got into AI last year,
Yeah.
and we were able to take our filming process down to 6 minutes on camera. We can make an AI clone of anybody that looks so real it fools spouses and family members, and it's made filming interviews so easy,
Right.
so fun, and it's really neat. There's any vertical that we can do. So we started launching this in February.
Okay.
We just did our 51st clone yesterday.
Okay.
and
It's
there's-
perfect for business owners who hate getting in front of the camera.
100%.
But they have to do, like, for instance, Tip Tuesday videos or that kind of thing, tutorials, and you can just make them happen for them.
That's
you,
right.
You can
Yeah.
change
That's
the background to whatever background you want to make.
Make
it,
you
like-
speak Chinese.
Oh, I do that already. That's
yeah,
fine.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I don't
Yeah.
speak Chinese.
But you can. Your clone can.
Now that I have Level Up Video AI,
Yeah.
right? That we didn't even say the name of the
Yeah,
business yet.
And then my favorite part is kind of a dorky part. So, of course, you know, we recreate you, but then we're able to train the clone to be an expert in what you want it to be.
Oh.
So if you
Uh-huh.
hate lead generation for your
Yeah.
business, if you hate warming up folks you're about to sell to, if you hate following up with customers,
Uh-huh.
your AI clone can take that over for you so you can do more of this, the stuff that you love.
Right. That's amazing. So when I first met you, you were working with, you had your own video production company, and you were working with like Harbor Entrepreneur Center and EO, right?
Yes, yes.
I saw you at all the EO events.
Yeah.
So this is really neat. So what made you decide to get into this versus video production?
I was working with a lot of medical folks, and so you know, most video production takes like
Yeah.
what you guys did all day, you know, hours and hours.
Yeah.
And I used to say filming is 1 hour with us. That was our thing.
Right.
My doctors and medical people would complain, still too much time.
Oh.
So we added an AI program, and another 17 programs later, we had
Right.
it down to 6 minutes, and it allowed a lot of people who not only hate filming but just don't have the time. Y'all have this company and all these amazing resources at your disposal.
Right.
I'm sure sometimes you guys still think, I'm so busy, I wish I could clone myself.
I feel that
Hey,
way
this is
often.
And when I started using our own product, I knew we had something because I'm like, this has made my life easier. It can make other people's easier too.
Right. So people are using it for social media purposes.
Social
Everything.
media, training,
Communication,
sales,
sort of.
communication. I want to be a thought leader, but I can't film every day.
Right.
Yeah.
Stanfield Social was I'm pointing. Sorry, Stanfield Social was
That's right.
was your product, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember seeing that on
Which one was
Facebook or
his?
Instagram?
If you saw the
Yeah.
ads with Stan, that's his AI.
You didn't know that when he had the background that was kind of wonky.
I saw him walking.
Not the walking,
Not the
but
walking.
when he's saying, you know, Dig South, it's a crazy event. We're gonna.
Well, now I have to go back and
You'll see
rewatch.
it.
I've
It looks
seen
great.
all of
Yeah.
them.
It looks great.
Steve Britt.
Obviously,
if
it
you
was
know-
seamless because I didn't notice that it wasn't. Oh, that it was AI. That's
Yeah.
the whole thing. That's
There's
the
the
whole
win.
point, right? I didn't know.
If
There's
you've
the
seen
win.
Steve Britt's AI legal course on LinkedIn, that's our clone that we made of him.
That's so cool.
We've been working with all these amazing companies lately. They were speaking on stage. I looked out in the audience and there were a dozen people we already cloned, so that was pretty cool.
Oh, no kidding.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So you're really taking
So
off.
how did that go for you? Did you
It was
got-
awesome. I love it. I honestly heard a great line today, and it's funny because we work on this.
Yeah.
How often do y'all hear a line
Right.
that someone else phrases your business better than you do?
Oh, yeah.
I love that.
And what I heard today was it takes the robot out of the person. You know, the repetitive stuff that we hate, the questions you answer
Yeah.
over and over again, what does your business do again? You can warm up these people so when you sit down with them, they're ready to go. They like you, they know you, they're ready to hire you.
Yeah.
And, you know, this part will never be
You can't
replaced
change the
by
community.
AI. Right. But what about the parts that make us crazy, sending out email notifications, updates, newsletters, so we can focus on the fun stuff?
Yeah, I love it.
I want to try it out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try it, so I
Would
can.
you
still
guys
get
try
upstairs.
it?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Is it
100%.
downstairs, right?
Yeah, but we're also in Mount Pleasant, 6 minutes on camera.
Okay.
You never have to film
You got a
again.
brick and mortar for this?
We are in the same office as Code and Trust. Y'all know them?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Patrick Bryant.
Yeah. Code and Trust is like
Close
our
to the Harbor
business big
Entrepreneur
brothers. We are 4 minutes down the street from them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Code and Trust is on Johnny Dodds, right?
Johnny
Yeah.
Dodds,
okay.
yeah, that's right.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
You guys
man.
should come by because I think you would laugh out loud seeing your clone.
Yeah.
And,
Oh,
yeah,
for
it's pretty
sure.
fun.
That sounds
sure.
fun. Awesome.
Yeah.
We'll do it.
Again, congrats on all your success with that.
Thank you.
It sounds like you're doing great things.
We're just getting started.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right?
I'm happy
And then
for
you're-
you, friend.
You're here at
Yeah,
Dig
thank
South.
you.
Are you going to come back?
Oh my God, what an amazing event. My sole regret at this event is I had a booth and I was talking to people. I wanted to go to every single
I
talk.
saw you
exactly right.
downstairs.
Oh my
I was like,
gosh.
oh, there he is again.
But I'm asking people, how was your talk?
Yeah.
Everyone here is so energized,
Yeah.
excited.
Yeah.
I can't believe you two are still alive because you've
Right.
been here since
Yeah,
8
we
o'clock in
crushed
the
it.
morning
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
this.
That's
yeah.
what I'm feeling your feeling because I wanted to go talk to other people and,
Yeah.
demo the other things.
We have a little bit of FOMO, but this has been fun.
It's
Yeah.
all right, though. It's all right.
So
Wouldn't
next
change it
time
for
we'll
anything.
come the day before.
There we
do
go.
the events,
There
and
we go.
then
We
do
had a
this-
podcast yesterday, so we couldn't do that.
Yes,
but
we'll,
it's all
plan,
right.
we'll plan accordingly next
Yes,
year. We
yeah.
would like to be invited back.
Oh, my dear. Thank you so much for your time. How can we
Thank
get a
you.
hold of your company and yourself?
LevelUpVideo.org. I'm on LinkedIn, Matthew Grayson, Level Up Video. Check us out.
Yep.
See you soon.
Awesome.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Hugs over there. We want to thank our sponsors. Thanks to the Charleston American Marketing Association. Thanks to Charleston Media Solutions. Thanks to our crew. And thank you, Stephanie, for
Thank
hanging
you,
out
Mike.
with me
Dig
and your time
South.
today, too.
We're wrapping up our last
Matthew?
episode for Dig South.
what's
so
that?
It's been last episode.
Is this
I
our
think.
last one? Are you
I
sure?
think it is, unless we can find Stanfield. He's Mr. Popular today, though.
Yeah, it's all right. We dropped this episode.
Yeah, we did.
It was
we
a
did.
good one. It was
It
one of
was
our
a good
better ones.
episode. So,
All right, Charleston. We'll see you next time.
bye.
Hope you had fun. We did.
You're done.
Yay.
You're
Good
done.
Oh, suave.
I'm on. This is what this is. This
Hello, folks. We are live,
still here.
streaming at Dig South.
That's right. That's
We
right.
we are the Charleston Marketing Podcast. Mike Compton here, president of Roombo Advertising. Stephanie's over there too.
What's up, guys? Stephanie Barrow. I'm still here. We're having a blast.
This is our
Dig South.
recap video right
Yeah, it
here.
is.
This is our
This
recap
is-
video with Jake Kaz.
This is episode number 20 for today, P.S.
Kaz has sponsored the video production for us and is helping us live stream. And hey, Jake, thanks for doing that for us.
yeah, you're
bud.
welcome. Thanks for having me on. I'm glad to be in front of my own camera again.
Right, we're all volunteers here, so we're all kind of giving, to the betterment of the community.
Yes.
And I feel like we gave a lot today, to be honest.
I
with
think
you.
this has been fun. I've learned a lot. I definitely feel like I need to learn more about the AI world and how it's being utilized across all different types of industries. I think I'm so in the marketing niche that hearing about all these other ways people are using AI, I'm like, didn't even think about it for that. So it's cool.
Right. What did you learn, Jake?
There's AI should be used as a tool and not a replacement to things. It should be used to help speed up the creative workflow, but never as an entire replacement for one.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I've had some really interesting conversations because I'm on I want to say against AI, but I'm not for the generative AI platform. And after talking to some people, still haven't convinced me yet. I mean, a lot of issues have come up, especially on the legality side. Where are these companies getting their models that they train from? Where are they getting the data, the images, the resources to be able to go out and create this generative AI So there's been a lot of good conversation, a lot of good topics on that, especially about the ethical and legal side of it. On the ethical side, where creatives like me are gonna fit in this new generative AI world?
Right. Well, but it's still kind of the Wild West, though. There's still a lot to be learned. And Thomas McCarthy, right, the guy that we interviewed earlier, two times.
You would like this guy.
He's the author for the Internet Standard. Something V Conversations, but he's helping write the standards for internet and AI. Like, that's pretty cool.
He's
right?
very cool.
Really cool.
So eventually there's going to be standards, right? Like he was saying like email, for example. Remember how to write the standards for email?
Yeah.
We would.
He flew in from I think Silicon Valley to talk today.
Yeah. So there's a lot to be learned.
There is a lot to be learned.
So
I used to be scared of it, but now
instead of being scared of it, like it's not going anywhere. We're gonna have to use it somehow, some way.
Right.
But there's more tech here than just AI.
For sure.
Here at Dig South. What else did we learn outside of AI?
Yeah, I spoke to I think it was Tom about his algae and
How
rice.
cool was that?
That was
awesome.
extremely
Like,
cool.
I'm not kidding. I think third world countries could benefit from this.
100%.
There was another guy, I don't know if we got him on the podcast, his name's Emilio, and he runs a internship program where you can get talents from the top organizations and universities for no cost, where they leverage the university's internship program fund.
That's neat.
And so where they can, instead than you having to shell out 20, 40, 60 bucks an hour for an intern from Harvard or Wharton, you can go through his program. It's $6 a month, and they can source the interns for you. And they do that, and they leverage that by finding the university's the internship program.
Yeah, that's neat.
Super cool. I met my new best friend.
Really?
Your new best friend?
Me?
Who? Take a guess. Jake, of course. But who do you think is going to be my new best friend out of all the people that we talked to today?
Easily the guy that plays golf.
Easily. Salty.
The salty
They call
guy.
him Salty.
The one that we're going to be on
They
the
call him
golf cart
Salty,
with
the
and
salty
with.
golfer, man. I got to look at that. I want
I
all the
loved
merch.
his energy. He gave off some good vibes.
Yeah.
I snuck away and got to do photos on a panel that he was on with, where he talked about how they're implementing new marketing strategies and how one of their big questions was, how do you target tourists versus locals? And how do you market to both of them without deterring one or the other.
Right. Speaking both language, speaking both tones,
Yeah.
tonalities. Yeah, that makes sense.
And then
That's a
also,
cool thing.
you know, there's a topic of high-end content versus cell phone generated content.
Sure.
But the one message from across all the panelists and all the board members was that the AI is not even touching the marketing side yet. People want to see their authentic selves. People want to. That's why they're pushing iPhone content. That's why they're pushing.
A lot of my clients don't want produced video because they like the authenticity of just being on your phone.
However, if you are a bigger client with a like that has a certain high level of standard, they don't want to push out iPhone content.
There's a place for all of it. Like
Could be for internal comm, like
Well, if I'm hiring, like for clients, like I'm using my social media, I'm using my cell phone. If I'm creating a commercial or something that's going to be branded for YouTube or something for my website, I'm hiring a videographer to do it professionally.
BMW using an iPhone to go put a commercial out on TV.
Yeah, I know.
Are we using iPhones to go film this interview right now?
But there's so many different. Those are just tools. So it's all about how you use your tool to tell your story.
And the big conversation that they had at that, and that it's not even at that panel or discussion or keynote. It's been throughout the entire marketing industry for the past couple of years. Is that these algorithms are pushing content that's more authentic, and the one way is
So you're saying is the algorithm knowing the content's been made on my cell phone versus the content that's being made?
I don't know if
Yes, I've been in Meta conferences where they are pushing authenticity.
Right.
They're pushing people taking the camera and they're doing it forward facing where they're talking to it.
Yeah.
Like me holding the camera to my face versus you following me around.
Yeah.
This performs better. For Instagram Reels specifically. I'm not talking about TikTok, Facebook. It's interesting.
Right. No, I've heard that before. But the fact that
most of us don't feel comfortable doing that. That's why we hire professional videographers.
Right.
So.
Speaking of pros, you guys knocked it out. You and Larry knocked it out today.
You guys were awesome. Thank you, Larry, for all of your hard work today. Sincerely.
We'll definitely give you guys some shout outs.
I want to touch on one other thing.
Yeah, fire away, man.
We are all board members of the Charleston American Marketing Association.
Thank you very much.
We are here with doing the podcast.
Volunteering our time.
And helping
equipment.
better serve the Charleston marketing community.
Yeah.
If you have not joined the Charleston Charleston AMA, join today. Contact Mike, our membership director.
Any one of us.
If you want to be on the podcast, just like I am right now, contact Stephanie.
Yeah.
And if you're a college student looking to get more involved, I'm your guy.
That's right. Yeah, we have a lot going on with Charleston AMA. There's the influencer panel. 4 chairs is coming up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you wanna pitch the 4 chairs?
No, you can do it. Just you got more energy than the rest of us right now.
I think you would know more information.
We're gonna learn more about 4 chairs here a little bit, and then all of our other events that we have throughout the year, Spark and all those good stuff. So, Jake, good point. Join the Charleston American Marketing Association. And I had a great time today. I hope you guys had a great time today.
This was a full day.
Full
I
day.
met lots of people I've never met before.
Yep.
It's cool.
Yep. And this is just part of the calibration. Mother lover. The collaboration that we are making with other companies like PRSA, like Do Good, with the Low Country Local, with the Mount Pleasant Chamber. We're all about collaborating, and this is a perfect example how the Charleston American Marketing Association wants to help and collaborate with other organizations. Thank you to Stanfield Gray.
Yes.
And his team did an amazing job. Just crushed it. I'm sure they've done it every year, but it's my first year.
Yeah.
So big shout out to them. And thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you for tuning in all day.
And if you didn't, thank you for just downloading this episode.
That's right.
Stay classy, Charleston.
Bye.
And we're out.